Good morning. Today is February 26th. We're here to conduct the business of the state's California Architects Board. And I'm going to ask Secretary Brash to take roll.
She's not, I'll do it if you want.
I just thought I saw
She was, I'll put the parking pass.
Oh, sorry.
You got it, Robert?
Please.
Sure. Ron Jones,
Present.
Robert Pierman is present. Tian Fang,
Present.
Leonard Manukian,
Here.
Kashika McKinney, welcome.
Thank you. Present.
Amanda Steinmeier,
Present.
Fuad Suisse.
Present.
So Sunny's not here yet and Victoria's out, so we have a quorum.
Thank you. So officially we'll call the meeting to order at 10:06 a.m. Just some simple president remarks. First, I want to thank Pamela Brass as LACC chair for her attendance. I'd like to recognize our newest board member, and Kashika McKinney, who is her first attendance. So welcome to the board. I would also like to recognize, and we'll have a presentation from the NCARB leadership in the next few agenda items. But I would also like to basically mention to both the board and to the public that all motions and seconds will be repeated for the record, and that votes in all motions must be taken by roll call. Also note that all public comments will be limited to 2 minutes. So we'll now open the floor for public comment for items not on the agenda.
And I'll just note for the record, Ms. Brass just appeared, is now here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was your acting secretary.
Thank you for stepping in.
Yes, can you announce the movement of the item? Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. I'd like to basically talk about an adjustment to our agenda. We're going to move item J, the legislative agenda, and legislative update that will follow item F, which is a presentation on the architectural program from the College of the Desert. And so item J will now follow item F for the record. So who serves as a moderator in this case, Laura? Me?
Yeah, because we don't have any public comment online, so it's just.
But from the audience either, if there's no public comment, we'll move the agenda. So we'll move to agenda item D as David. We'll basically approve the minutes of our meeting of November 6th. So the chair will entertain a motion.
I'd move approval.
I second.
Been moved by Vice President Perlman and second by Secretary Brass. Call for the vote, please.
So, any public comment?
Any public comment? Seeing none, call for the vote, please.
Ron Jones,
Yes.
Robert Pierman,
Yes.
Victoria Brash, yes. Tian Fang,
Aye.
Leonard Manukian,
Aye.
Kashika McKinney,
Yes.
Amanda Steinmeier,
Yes.
Fuad Suisse,
Yes.
Sunny Ward.
Motion carries. So now we'll basically have an update from the Department of Consumer Affairs. I'm going to ask Laura to basically read out their report.
Thank you. DCA couldn't be here today, so I am going to read the written report. I will try not to speak too fast, but let me know if you have any questions. On behalf of the DCA executive team, I'm excited to share that Chief Deputy Director Christine Lawley has been named the Acting Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs. She enters this role following the retirement of DCA Director Kimberly Kirkmeyer. Director Lawley brings extensive experience to the position, having served in multiple leadership roles within the department since 2013. She will lead DCA in this position until a director is formally appointed by the governor's office. Last year, Governor Newsom took action to assist licensees affected by the Los Angeles fires and swiftly issued an executive order to allow a one-year postponement of license renewal fees that were due for renewal between January and June 2025 for survivors impacted by the fires. Last month, DCA began sending notices to licensees who chose this postponement option with a reminder about the one-year postponement and renewal fee due dates. Licensees with license types in the BREE system can pay those through their online account. The governor's reorganization plan. Last year, Governor Newsom released his proposed 2025-26 state budget, which includes a proposal to split DCA's oversight agency, the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, into two new state agencies, the California Housing and Homelessness Agency, and the Business and Consumer Services Agency. After public hearings and review by the Little Hoover Commission and the legislature, the governor's reorganization plan was enacted on July 5th, 2025. The new Business and Consumer Services Agency will be responsible for consumer affairs, licensing and enforcement, and the Department of Consumer Affairs, which will be among the 8 departments in this new agency. The 2 new agencies will officially become operative on July 1, 2026. DCA continues to participate in multiple agency work groups on the logistics required to transition to the new agency, and will continue to keep board and bureau leadership apprised throughout the months ahead. Travel reminders. To best serve the public, it is incumbent upon all of us to ensure that we're being fiscally prudent in our decisions, especially when traveling for board business. DCA would like to remind members and staff to evaluate if a rental car is always necessary versus ride-sharing services. Carpooling is also highly encouraged when renting vehicles. We know there may be new travel costs board members are experiencing as well, such as baggage charges, so please keep receipts to ensure that you can be reimbursed. Form 700, Statement of Economic Interest. As a reminder, Form 700 interest must be filed within 30 days of assuming or leaving your appointment, and annually by April 1st. This year's annual filing period covers the prior calendar year, January 1, 2025 through December 31st, 2025. The deadline for filing is Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. To ensure compliance, DCA requests that Form 700 filers complete the e-filing by Friday, March 20th, 2026. They will send many reminders. DCA board members must file their Form 700s through the FPPC's online portal. Paper filings will not be accepted. You should have received an email from the FPPC with instructions on how to file your annual Form 700. If you have any questions, please contact Board and Bureau Relations or Member Relations at dca.ca.gov. Training updates. Unconscious bias training. DCA's training unit has developed unconscious bias training specifically for board members. This training will be added to members' LMS accounts and incorporated into the onboarding process for all newly appointed board members. Board member orientation training dates. Board member orientation, or BMOD, is an all-day virtual training that DCA will offer on April 1st, June 24th, and October 21st. This training must be completed by board members within 1 year of appointment and reappointment to the board. Please register for the first available dates to be in compliance. Board members can register for BMOD using DCA's Learning Management System, or LMS. If you have any questions or need assistance accessing these trainings, please contact Board and Bureau Relations or Member Relations at dca.ca.gov. Thank you for all of your dedicated service to protect California's consumers.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments?
What is the specific things about the rental cars? Encourage
Oh.
rent of the car? I missed that part.
Please. DCA would like to remind members and staff to evaluate if a rental car is always necessary versus using ride-sharing services.
Okay.
So, should you rent a car or get an Uber?
A quick question for the training for that.
Yeah.
Onboarding, member orientation, you just do that once.
One time for each term, yeah. So if you're reappointed, you would have to do it again.
Okay, and does the LMS show us that it's completed? I'm pretty sure.
It will show if you're completed or not, yeah. I don't know that if you've taken it
I
yet.
thought I did, that's why I was asking.
Okay.
I'm gonna log in and make
We
sure.
can check, because I think we
Yeah.
have a record of training, and I'll follow up with you after.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you. We'll open the floor for public comment. Seeing none, we'll close that agenda item. We'll now ask for the presenters from the program from the College of the Desert, Ms. Maria Acosta and Bert Bitunga, if I pronounced it appropriately.
Let us know for the record, sending water period at 10:10.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning,
Right, it's
everyone.
Tattletale.
You sent you on an errand.
Yes, he said there was no coffee.
I asked.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome to College of the Desert. Everybody enjoying the weather?
Yes.
It's nice, isn't
Fabulous.
it? Yeah, please don't forget to look at the mountain views, okay? That's probably the best thing we have to offer aside from our programs. We are super excited to have you here. I don't know how much you know about College of the Desert, but we are a community college. We are here to serve our students from across the valley. Some of the programs that we have here include architecture, so we are very excited to have you here. We have architecture, construction management, and many other things. But we'd like to introduce you to our program really quick so you know a little bit about us.
So we have a very wide umbrella. As you can see, the program itself is called Architecture and Environmental Design. It was modeled, we're both Cal Poly San Luis Obispo grads, and so we kind of adopted their name. But it is a huge umbrella with certain disciplines: architecture, construction management, applied construction, building inspection technology, general drafting, real estate development, and then coming soon we are also going to have a certificate of achievement for real estate sales. And in the architecture and construction management, there's a certificate of achievement, which are really core classes. AS degree for employment preparation, preparing basically individuals for the workforce, and then of course the transfer preparation. In terms of the transfer preparation, these are our core courses. We are going to have an interesting partnership soon with Cal Poly Pomona, and called a 2+3 partnership. So students will be able to attend COD, complete their first 2 years of their 5-year degree program, and then transfer to our Palm Springs new campus. There's a new campus that we're building right now from a bond campaign that we had several years ago. It's about a $300 million project, and it's a beautiful building. And so students will then be able to just transfer from here, receive their associates, and then go to Palm Springs. Pomona will have a presence there, and then they'll complete their last 3 years and then receive their diploma from Cal Poly Pomona. Yes.
I just have a question. Is that new campus Cal Poly or?
No, it is a College of the Desert. We are going to be launching our first baccalaureate program, which is in casino management, because the casino here is big. So yes, but they will have a presence there. They're going to be on the second floor, beautiful facility. There's a wood shop, there's a computer lab, and everything that students at the university would have. And then these courses from the 100 to the 250, they're literally like their course outline of record. It's gone through the chancellor's office, everything. So we're offering these courses now. They're literally the same exact names at Cal Poly, so that it's a seamless transition.
That's a question. At the end of that joint program, do they get both an associate degree and bachelor degree, and who's the issuing body for each?
So they get an associate's degree for the first 2 years from College of the Desert.
Okay.
And then they get their transfer into Pomona, and they will get their bachelor's degree from Cal Poly Pomona.
Yeah, this is actually the flow chart, the 2-year flow chart, so that you can see what the students are taking. It's basically those courses that you just saw that are colored. The one in kind of like a dark pink, those are the design sequences, four semesters of design, which is really the 2 years. We also have an architecture club, so it's called Kodak, College of the Desert Architecture Club, and these are some of the members. If you saw the little trailer out there that said the hotspot, that's a student-run like snack shop for our students in the southeast corner of the campus, and so it's also modeled from, I don't know if you know who George Haslam is. He was Dean of Architecture at Cal Poly. I think he was the first dean for the architecture program there. It's modeled after that. We take our students in different places in the United States. We've been to Chicago, New York, Washington, D.C., up to Seattle, San Francisco during the lean financial times. We take them up to the schools, both Cal Poly, Woodbury New School down in San Diego. Those, just to give them exposure to, some of these students have never been out of the valley. Like they haven't even been to San Bernardino or Beaumont. I mean, which is, it's sad, but
Yeah.
yeah.
It's difficult to see because a lot of the students are very low-income students. So that's one of the reasons why it's huge for us to be able to offer that 5-year program here in the desert. Our demographics here is about 78% Hispanic, low income. So it's difficult for those students to live home because they contribute to the house financially for the most part, or they help take care of younger siblings, things like that. So we're finding that a lot of our students finish their associate's degree and go straight to work because they cannot financially afford to leave, or the family don't want them to leave. So having that program in the desert is going to be really amazing for us because that means the students can actually get a bachelor's degree and hopefully stay here in the valley to work.
Just want to confirm, so every architecture class is recognized by Cal Poly Pomona. Any additional criteria like the scores and each year has to be evaluated by Cal Poly Pomona, or what kind of additional criteria you have in terms of these courses?
So if you take a look at the first 2 years of the undergrad program at Cal Poly Pomona, from ARC 100 to 250, those are like core classes that they offer. And then obviously there's some general eds the first 2 years, and that's picked up by the general ed, the ones in white. So this is kind of a little bit prescriptive. Some of these general eds are what they call the Golden 4 or the Golden 5. They need to take these particular courses like the critical thinking, writing, the public speaking, the physics. There's like a writing class.
That is also accepted by Cal Poly?
The general
Pomona?
ed is, yes.
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 Wow, that's the first time I know.
Yeah, we have agreements with
You really
certain
have a
schools.
comprehensive agreement, you know.
It's taken about 7 years.
It has taken a long time, but it's coming to fruition. The building will be done in fall of 2027 and open to the students. So we're really looking forward to that partnership and what it offers our students.
I have a few questions. One is, how large is your program in terms of enrollment?
Just the architecture or the whole umbrella?
Just
Because
architecture.
if you-
Just architecture.
Oh, architecture, we have about 250 students
250.
in the
Wow.
architecture program. Going through the first 2 years.
Oh, it's impressive. Second question is, I appreciate the dual paths. One sort of an academic 5-year program, the other is preparation for employment. Can you show me, do you have a sense of what that divide looks like in terms of matriculation? How many people go one route versus the other? Recognizing some of the circumstances that Ms. Acosta pointed out in terms of family dynamics, how does that kind of flesh out?
If I were to separate it like in percentages, there's a much bigger percentage in the workforce, going towards the workforce, for some of the reasons that Ms. Acosta provided, but also it's to transfer, it's financial also for the students because it's expensive.
Sure.
Even though they receive financial aid. Pomona's a tough school. I'm not sure whether you know this or not, but the acceptance rate is very small.
But is your program is that sort of a guarantee if you finish the program?
Yes.
Okay, so in that regard,
Yes.
admission is not the issue.
Correct.
Okay.
They'll still go through the
Yeah.
portfolio process.
Right.
But again, we've had discussions with them in terms of the projects that they offer to the students. We're trying to mimic, not the exact same project, but the same scope and square footage and typology, building typology.
So, and then in terms of employment opportunities, the desert is not a huge design mecca. I mean, great architecture, but there's not 1,000 firms down here. So how does that work? How many of your students are finding gainful employment, long-term gainful employment? Is that a challenge?
Well, I think employment kind of like goes up and down, right? So it varies at times. But we're finding that a lot of our students are actually going into either architectural firms, landscape firms, some of them rendering
Pool
companies.
design.
Pool design.
They're predominantly CAD.
Right.
They're working
Yeah.
with CAD, whether it's AutoCAD or Revit or some other form of computer aided
And why this is important is that obviously we are advocates for licensure.
Of course.
And part of our conversation consistently is about barriers to licensure, and sometimes economics have something to do with, has a lot to do with that. So trying to figure out where employment opportunities are, what some of those barriers are, it allows us to basically lean in on how to overcome those. I think if you guys are here for the balance of it, you can hear NCARB is here today, and hopefully we can talk a little bit about that as well. But that's kind of something that we're really trying to lean in on. It's not as if we're providing grants for every student that wants to become an architect, but we're trying to figure out what barriers do we, as both the licensing agencies and regulatory bodies, what barriers do we put in place that we can help kind of remove that makes licensure. Like, for example, you hear us talk about the path to licensure through community colleges, early engagement with the licensing process, and we're hoping that community colleges will start to embrace that. We'll talk a little bit more about things like that, but I think us understanding and hearing some of your challenges, the uniqueness, quite honestly, of your program, your partnership with Pomona, I think is fantastic. But it helps us to kind of talk about models that we can talk to other community colleges about as well.
And I'll tell you, we are very fortunate. We're not a very large valley here. We don't have large cities, but we are very fortunate that we have a lot of architecture that is recognized worldwide here. So we have a lot of events that happen here around modernism.
Just US Modernism Week.
Yeah.
The biggest
Yeah,
event down here.
So-
There's about 100,000 people that
Yeah.
come down just for lectures, symposiums, and tours.
So last week, we were up and down, from seminars to field trips, things like that, because we are fortunate that the community understands that we have to support these students to help them achieve whatever goal they have, whether it's that associates for employment or licensing, right? So we have organizations that are willing, more than willing, to support our students and sponsor them to attend all of these events. So we are fortunate in that sense. We also have the support of the community when it comes to, that's actually how that partnership came about. It was an idea from the community, and they got us all into one room and said, work it out, figure it out, we want this. So in that sense, we feel very, very blessed because we can offer that to our students. But you are right, we want students to get licensed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that partnership was a brainchild of an organization called Palm Springs Architectural Alliance, which we were both part of, and we were just having a conversation, the very first meeting, and the dean of Cal Poly just happened to be there, and I was like, well, you know, I've always had a dream of like having a partnership with Pomona, and then she kind of raised her hand and she said, you know, I've had the same dream. So it was just kind of a very serendipitous a meeting. And then also, it's interesting, when we were having discussions with Cal Poly, we were looking at the cohorts because they were really concerned about, will we be able to fill the classes in Palm Springs? And I was like, I can almost guarantee you, I mean, we've seen a spike in our enrollments because of that partnership. The word's starting to get out. And there's cohorts from Cal Poly, so the students that weren't able to be accepted because of facilities, limitations in the facilities. And then we have, of course, our cohort, so they're getting it from both sides. And then there was one cohort that they didn't anticipate. We have a huge cohort of students that graduated that could transfer. So they've either done employment or in this field or other fields, but they've been contacting us. We're looking forward to it because we want to continue to finish our baccalaureate and then try to attain our licensure.
Nice.
So we're looking forward to the partnership.
Thank you.
So, but thank you very much for this opportunity. We don't want to take up too much of your time, but
That's
if there's
great.
any questions, last minute questions?
Any other questions, comments?
We also want to invite you, we have a tiny house
that's
that
right.
we designed as a competition here.
Students.
First semester students had this competition, and a team of 2 members won, so we built it. The students actually built it in it's a combination class.
Concurrent enrollment. format,
Yeah.
high school students and college students.
Nice.
And I'll tell you, high school students are mostly continuation high school students. So we're trying to provide paths for those students that may think that they don't have a path, or maybe they haven't found it yet. So they go into those classes, they learn in theory how to frame, and then they go out in the yard and they actually frame a project. And they can see the final product and take some ownership and pride on it. So we've seen a lot of those students decide, I actually want to work in construction, or maybe electricity is my thing, or I want to go and take some architecture classes, some construction classes. Some students are already here working on their degrees, so
Sean Wade, yeah.
it's pretty incredible. So I love for you guys, if you guys want to visit it, we have it here on campus whenever you take
It's
a
about
bite.
50 yards away from here.
So we have it on our agenda to take a look at it, so yeah,
Perfect.
that's perfect, yeah.
We'll take a break.
Yeah, we'll take a break and we'll
Yeah,
come out, yeah,
so-
we have it.
Yes, sir, we've talked about it.
Okay.
Do you want to,
No, we can keep going, and,
Okay.
but I do want to make sure, are you guys done with your presentation?
Yes.
And then we'll open for public comment, if there's no other questions?
I just have
Yeah, please.
one question. What are the economics like when you go from the first 2 years to the third 2 years? Are the last 3 years similar in tuition cost as the first 2 years, or is there a huge jump?
Huge jump.
Huge jump.
Yeah.
So-
So it then goes to Cal Poly type numbers for that portion of the last 3 years.
We're $46 per unit,
Wow.
Yes.
which is very affordable. And then we have the Edge Pledge program. This community, there's a lot of, there's a poverty line, but there's also a very affluent community in Indian Wells. We have an amazing foundation, a very strong foundation, and so they've been able to subsidize the cost to go to the 2 years. So they started with high school graduates first, but now in the fall, it's going to be anybody.
Mm.
So they're going to be able to so basically it's a free 2-year education.
So, a little bit about the Edge Pledge, is that, you said two terms, Edge Pledge, and then you also referenced a foundation, are they one and the same?
Edge is a kind of like a bridge program in the summer from high school to college.
Yeah.
And then Pledge is the subsidy of the cost of college, going to college.
And that pledge is coming from,
It's being subsidized by the foundation.
that is a foundation, and what's the name of the foundation?
It's the College of the Desert Foundation.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, you went to, I wasn't able to go, but the event.
Stepping out, yeah.
Yeah.
So they have many events throughout the year to raise funds for scholarships, for many things, even for emergency funding. We've had students that find themselves without housing for whatever reason, and they've always been able to step up, or without food, and they always been able to step up and help out. So they raise money, and they have, like a nice pile of cash in there for us to help us out. But one of the big things they do is their gala. They do the Stepping Out for COD gala, and I was able to go this year, and it's an amazing event.
So one night.
I wish I was like those people that can just keep raising their paddle. It was just incredible to see. One night we raised how much?
I don't know, 600,000.
Mm.
600,000 in one night. And one of our students, Ms. Acosta has a project in her first year class where they design a birdhouse. So this one student did a three-dimensional printed birdhouse. And so the foundation takes tours of our facilities, and one of the docents saw it, or one of the foundation people saw it, and so they said, can you have the student replicate that, or can we use this to auction? And he did, and it sold for $600.
Nice.
So it was an amazing,
Yeah,
amazing things that they do, the foundation.
Nice.
And then we also have an auxiliary foundation, which puts together a street fair during the weekend, Saturdays and Sundays.
Is that the one that's along, oh no, I'm thinking the,
You're thinking of Palm
Palm
Springs?
Springs?
yeah, no, the one just here on,
Oh, yes, that's the one here.
oh, that's run
Monterey.
through the College of the Desert.
Mhm.
I didn't know
That's
that.
the auxiliary foundation.
Oh.
So
It's around
we have that
Monterey.
one too, so that they.
And that's pretty
whatever-
large.
Pardon?
Yeah,
It
that's
is.
pretty large.
It's gotten really
Yeah.
big.
Except in the
Interesting.
summer.
Yeah.
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 Summers are tough here.
But at least we have the shade, solar,
Yeah.
solar.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Any other questions from the public, please? Thank you very much
Thank
for your
you again.
presentation.
Thank you.
We will now move, as I mentioned earlier, we'll move agenda item J forward, and we will ask the representatives from NCAR. The floor is yours, wherever you might be.
Are we doing
Jay?
Jay? Is that my job?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jay, I'm sorry.
No,
sorry.
sorry. Sorry, Mike, so sorry.
I'm so excited about you coming forward. Not yet, I'm sorry. We want landscaper, I mean interiors.
Agenda item J.
Which includes.
Yes, take
Yes,
that,
yes,
87,
yes, yes.
If we can pause for 1 moment, we'll move this table.
I'm sorry.
Put us on break?
Yeah.
Yeah, put us on split screen.
They don't have to see it.
Yeah. We are good?
Yep.
Okay, so we just have one legislative item for today. It's AB 1796 by Assemblymember Jackson, which was introduced recently. This bill would provide for the licensure and regulation of commercial interior designers by our board. It would expand the composition of our board to 11 members to include 1 licensed commercial interior designer. It exempts architects, land surveyors, licensed contracts, and professional engineers from the bill's requirements. And it defines commercial interior design to include offering or furnishing, or being responsible for or in control of the planning, design, and oversight of interior spaces in part or in whole in buildings and structures in California in a manner complying with generally applicable codes and regulations. It's sponsored by the International Interior Design Association, and for board members who've been here for a few years, we talked about this issue during our last sunset review. As it came up at that time, the board discussed the possibility of licensing and what the structure would look like. It didn't go forward at that time, so now they're back with a standalone piece of legislation. I did get an email from the sponsor last night. They do already have some amendments to the bill, so I will distribute to board members afterwards additional information as it comes in, and we'll post it online as well. So it isn't, I don't know that we're so much looking to take a policy position on the bill today. It's certainly up to the board members, but just wanted to have it open for discussion because obviously it would have a significant impact on our board, and we do have some public interest in it here today.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board?
My question is, if not a policy point of view now, when?
I mean, that certainly is up to the board. I would say you could take a position at any time if you want. I think it would be a good conversation for the board to have. Is it the board's position to weigh in on whether interior designers should be licensed, or should we leave that to the legislature to determine, and we can make it work if the legislature determines that? It's really up to the board members to decide. So you could today. I just mean that it will be amended probably substantially as the bill goes along. So, but if you have concerns or questions, anything like that, we could take a position now and communicate those. I've provided some technical feedback already on the bill. I do have a concern, particularly about the definition of commercial interior design. It seems very broad. It is supposed to exempt residential interior design, but it seems like that is included within the definition, so things of that nature. But so whatever the board wants to do today.
Understood.
question for Anne. I assume we have people from public want to speak.
Mhm.
Yeah. So it's okay we hear from public first, then we
Yeah.
engage
Yes.
more discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can take public comment
Yeah,
anytime.
afterwards,
Yeah.
before we make decisions, yes. Are we good? Okay, we will open the floor for public comment.
Would you like us to do it from there?
That's probably less awkward.
Excuse my walk-up.
Scott, come along.
I'll just take the far seat, that'd be great. Thanks, sir.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. President and members. Scott Terrell from the American Institute of Architects, California. I know we talked about this a couple years ago, but I know there's some new members, so I'll go over. We have some remaining overarching concerns. I'll go back to the beginning and start kind of on the background. We've been told for a number of years that this is coming about because interior designers aren't having their plans accepted in certain jurisdictions. We've asked for demonstration as kind of anecdotal evidence, demonstration of whether that's because they're interior designers or because the plans are insufficient or because they're out of the scope of interior design. And we still have not been given that information, so we feel that the need for this bill hasn't been demonstrated adequately. In addition to that, we have been asking, this has been a number of years now that this particular proposal has been in the works since 2022. And we've been asking the sponsors for a more robust collaborative process to bring everybody to the table to have the conversation and figure out how to move forward. They have yet to do that. At the end of the sunset process last year, they had promised to work with all stakeholders, bring them together before moving forward. All of 2025, we didn't hear anything, and then all of a sudden there was a bill that was introduced, and now they want us to respond to it. So we're still calling for everybody to be brought to the table. We think it's hard to have these discussions when you have one-offs of, oh, they're telling us what this group's saying, what this group's saying, but if everybody could get together and have the conversation, I think that would be helpful. It's a lot of people that need to come to the table, CCIDC, structural engineers, because it has seismic implications and structural implications. So we're still hoping that that might happen eventually. We do have concerns over a new separate title of commercial interior design. I know you all are concerned about the public and consumer interest, and we believe that this has the potential to confuse consumers. One, because now you have two classes of interior designers. One of them is called commercial interior design. There's no definition for what commercial is. I know Laura mentioned it currently includes residential. They have told us that it is their intent that it includes large residential projects. So I'm not sure how that will be sorted out. And I know there's going to be some amendments that are passed around. I think that the proposal is to change it to professional interior designer, which we think is also confusing because now you're saying there's a group of interior designers that are not professional. So we think that the bill on its face is flawed in the approach that they're taking for those reasons. And then beyond that, once you start getting into the particulars, we believe that any further clarification to the definition of permitting privileges for non-structural and non-seismic elements should be accompanied by appropriate liability, insurance, and education standards. And we believe that that's a conversation that needs to happen. It's going to be a complex conversation. And also, as we know, California is a unique state with unique building codes that address earthquake resistance requirements for interiors and exteriors of buildings in its own way. And so it's important that any proposal takes that into account. And that's not just copied and pasted from another state, because we do have very particular considerations here. And beyond that, there is kind of a big missing piece. Every time we have this conversation, it comes down to the argument of where the line is between the practice of interior design and architecture. And it's been very hard to get people to agree on that. I think one advancement we're still waiting on is the I-Corps report. I-Corps has been meeting for a number of years discussing this issue of practice overlap, and they're set to release a report any day now on practice overlap on this issue in particular. We're waiting on that, and I think that that is going to be another big piece that we need to start having the conversation. And even when that comes out, it's going to take time to analyze that and look through all the implications and have those conversations. And I just don't think that there's time for that in the second year of a 2-year session. That's essentially our main concerns with the bill as of now. I'm sure once we get past the flaws of the bill in general, it'll be a very in-depth conversation about where the line of practice is. But for now, those are our concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment?
Please.
Sure.
Thank you.
President and honorable board members, my name is Rose Wiebe. I am the Executive Officer of the California Council for Interior Design Certification, and I'm speaking on behalf of the CCIDC and certified interior designers across the state of California. In your own Business and Professions Code, section 5510.15, it makes it clear that public protection is your board's highest priority and must be paramount over all other interests. We totally agree with this. But public protection must be grounded in demonstrated risk. For more than 35 years, certified interior designers in the state have stamped and submitted complex commercial interior plans under the current Title Act, in compliance with the building code, in coordination with architects, engineers, and building officials. During that time, there has been no documented threat to public health, safety, or welfare. There is no demonstrated harm to correct, yet AB 1796 would replace the existing Title Act and sunset CCIDC. It would also make it a misdemeanor for interior designers to perform commercial work that they have safely delivered for decades unless they obtain a new state license, one that carries a more restrictive scope of practice. Similar legislation was advanced in 1999, 2008, and 2012. Each effort was defeated, and this board consistently opposed those measures. We ask that you do so again. Establishing a new licensing structure carries considerable administrative and examination costs. With a limited pool of eligible practitioners, those costs would fall on fewer professionals, increasing financial pressure on small, independent, women, and minority-owned firms without a corresponding improvement in public safety. AB 1796 does not enhance public protection. It creates new barriers, increased costs, and introduces uncertainty by layering a new licensing structure over work that has already been regulated and performed safely for decades. It will fragment and weaken a long-established profession that has served California's commercial built environment for generations. No other built environment-related profession is divided in this manner. AB 1796 increases regulation without increasing public protection. We respectfully urge the board to consider the practical impact of this bill and oppose AB 1796.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Presumably, they see the same things that the proponents of the bill see the same things as you do.
Mhm.
Why do you think they're for proposing it then?
I wouldn't want to speculate this. That they state that the reason is because they want to be able to submit plans for review. We have a stamp, and we've been doing that for years. There are times when there's building officials that have said they wouldn't accept plans without an architect. We have a whole process in place. It's called the plan check denial process. They come to us. We go and we work with CalBO, we work with the building officials, and we speak to them about why is it, and then we find out, oh, they were working outside of their scope, or maybe the building person behind the desk needed a little bit more education about what they are not allowed to do with their stamp. So there's a lot of different reasons. In the last 4 years since our last sunset review process, which we're in the process of now, there have been 16 such cases reported to us, and out of that 16, 2 of them have not yet been resolved, but the other 14 have been positively resolved where their plans have been accepted. So the numbers aren't there. There's been no reported public risk, safety. So having something that we already have legislation. It's been working for 35 years. We change and adapt and grow as need be. We have a commercial designation now, which that was at the behest of the people that do commercial work. But again, bifurcating a system, it doesn't make sense.
Does the Legislative Sponsors Office reach out to you and others to
No.
try and get word?
No,
together?
we've never been contacted. We did receive a strange email one time in response to something that we had, when we spoke here the last time. That's the only time they've ever reached out to us, and we are the entity that administers the Title Act for the state. So sitting down and having a conversation with the stakeholders, we feel is the most important.
Thank you.
We did also receive some letters that we will compile and provide to board members. We didn't get them all the time to print, but we'll also post them online. But from, I think mostly letters of opposition.
And, but have those been made available to the public as well?
We will post them online.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Hi.
Oh, thank you. Laura?
There were some in our packet.
Okay.
But they're just additional, you're saying?
Oh, there are some in the packet?
There were
Yes,
two.
I'm sorry, I think there might be. Okay.
Hi, thank you all. I'm Catherine Hampton. I am a certified interior designer commercial, and I can tell you that I have personally pulled permits in downtown Los Angeles for high-rise tenant improvement projects, so the stamp does work. So on behalf of the Board of Directors of the California Legislative Coalition for Interior Designers, we would like to ask you to join us in our opposition of AB 1796. The CLCID is the Coalition of Interior Designers for Interior Designers. Our unified mission is to protect every interior designer's right to practice in California while maintaining high standards of competency, accountability, and public safety. We represent interior designers across education routes, practice areas, and affiliations, and we serve as the collective voice of independent practitioners and small firms throughout the state. We wish to state clearly that CLCID supports strong professional standards and the protection of public health, safety, and welfare. Our concern with AB 1796 is not about accountability, it's about structure. Interior designers currently practice within the California Building Code. Plans are reviewed, life safety provisions are enforced. Architects and engineers retain their defined statutory responsibilities, and the regulatory and professional framework within which interior designers practice today is collaborative and functions effectively. AB 1796 does not arise from a documented failure in that framework. Instead, it redraws professional boundaries. The bill narrows the scope under which interior designers currently practice and shifts portions of long-standing interior design work to architects. At the same time, it requires interior designers to obtain a new state license simply to continue to practice interior design, albeit under a more restrictive model. This is not a modest adjustment, it's an unnecessary restructuring of a profession that is already operating safely within the existing system. The bill also divides interior designers into separate regulatory classes. No other built environment profession bifurcates itself in this manner. Architects are not divided into separate licensure tracks based on project type. Engineers are not separated into parallel systems based on market segment. Creating two tiers within interior design weakens the profession rather than strengthening public protection. While larger firms may be able to absorb these changes, the impact on small and independent businesses would be significant. Interior design in California is composed largely of women-owned, minority-owned, and sole practitioner firms. These professionals depend on the ability to fully serve their clients within the existing framework, and also usually work on a variety of project types, unlike specialized larger firms. The narrowing of the scope and increasing barriers to practice without a demonstrated public safety gap limits opportunity, restricts competition, and ultimately increases costs to consumers. CLCID's position is grounded in proportional regulation. If public safety requires reform, reform is warranted. However, absent clear evidence of a systemic risk to public health, safety, or welfare, restructuring and bifurcating a profession does not enhance protection. It alters professional access and market participation without demonstrated necessity. For these reasons, the CLCID Board of Directors respectfully urges the California Architects Board to oppose AB 1796. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other
Any questions or comments, please?
Yeah, the first again is asked, has the Legislative Sponsors Office reached out to your coalition in connection with the bill and its amendments from time to time?
No.
Okay. And then can you explain your statement in your letter that the proposal may shift interior design work to architects? Explain that part.
There may be a situation where I know the earlier bill that they put through, if there's an architect working on the project, then the interior designer would be under that architect and not as a separate consultant. So it absorbs interior design into architecture if there is an architecture component to the permitting documents. So it would negate basically our separate status, in my opinion.
So you're talking about unintended consequences,
Yes,
basically.
exactly. And I don't know if it's really been thought through.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more public comments? Yes.
It's just a question and a bit of confusion, okay? I'm always confused about all of these entities regarding interior designers, but anyway, we've been, at NCAR, we've been really, really exposed and learned from CIDQ, which is the national exam. And so my question is, if you haven't, if you pass the test here in California, you're not necessarily, and if you don't take the CIDQ exam, then you cannot practice outside of California, is that correct?
No,
No.
that's not true at all. They're only required in, I think, 3 states.
The,
NCIDQ is only required,
there are other tests that you can take. I have taken the NCIDQ and I've been registered in Texas and licensed in Louisiana with the NCIDQ. And I have taken the California test for practice here because we have stricter. So if anything, the IDEX is more comprehensive and stricter than the CIDQ.
Okay, so that's fine, because we have a very similar
Yes.
thing on the ARE, with the exam
Right.
for
Yes.
NCAR, right? So we take the exam, which is a national exam,
Yeah.
and then we take the California supplemental. So why can't interior designers do the same thing?
We did it one time, but the legislature from the state came to us and said that exam, 2 things. That exam creates too many barriers to entry. And the second thing was they couldn't get the NCIDQ to report to the state the information, like the background on the exam. Like, we have to supply the IDEX exam to the state when we do sunset review. We have to be able, it has to be open. It's a private entity, it's a private organization. The legislature in our sunset review said, you need to have 1 exam. First thing we did is we went to NCIDQ and we said, would you
Yeah, it's
work
not
with us to
germane.
create a California codes exam? They were not interested in it. So we had to then go and create an exam. So that's why we don't.
And now they've come back 20 years later saying, this.
And the same thing happened in Toronto, Canada, so we're not the only ones it's happened to. It's happened in multiple jurisdictions.
Okay, anyway.
Thank you.
I'm confused.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Any other comments from the board?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Victoria.
Just listening to both of our speakers, all 3 of our speakers, it's unclear to me on where the line would be drawn. And so I think adding another organization or another certification, stamping drawings, if I don't understand it, I could understand how our consumers don't understand it. And I think that's what, if we're going to issue legislation, I think it should be something that is clear, that everyone knows where the line is drawn, and it's simple for consumers to understand.
Any other comments, questions? Tien?
Yeah. So this discussion has happened a few times during my 10 years at the board. In responding to Sunny's questions, I feel that it is a time to have a board have substantial discussion and point into a direction if we can have consensus. So we don't simply repeat the same discussion every 2 or 3 years. In light, also, I personally received public comment, which all forward to our board's website, email. So over the years, I have been thinking about this, and the same theme coming again and again, which is 2 layers. The first one is this board is responsible for licensure of architects. under the mission of create a built environment that meets SHW intent, right? So anything we do, we are measured by that. So for the past few decades, when interior designers have more interest into this licensure process, at the same time, I have not seen evidence that architect has failed to protect public's well-being, safety, and health because of lacking of oversight or coordination with the work otherwise classified as interior design. Okay, we coordinate this every day, every minute in our project. And I have not seen one evidence that we failed to do so, and then public was suffered. So that's when I wanted the board to think about it. Our role is how we shape our licensure process that meets that standard. I think we met this. We have not let other element of the building that under our responsibility failed public. That's one. Two is more and more our buildings and the built environment, if they are good, they are coming with many hands together with architect, make it happen. I give you an example. Every day you are coordinating or even designing the lighting, right? Every day in my line of work, Kasika's work, is to dealing with acoustics, right? So, and now more and more building the interiors ask for, we call it smart homes, which is automation. And then more buildings has this AV features, audio visuals. So one by one, these I call many hands helping a building become a better serve public, require these elements. So in context again of license of architecture, are we thinking every one of them, I mentioned the 4 or 5, already in common practice day to day, has to have separate license? So that is a question I always ask myself. And I hope at some point, Sunny, you're reminding us correctly, this board may want to have a path looking into these issues in the future. Maybe it's today.
Any other comments or questions?
I just have 2 comments. One, I do have the concern that if we sit on the sidelines, this becomes a future problem for this board to solve. And so that leads into my second point, which is, you know, and it's a very just selfish and personal point of view that as I am a member of this board, and any future member of this board, I'm constantly reminded of our fiduciary responsibility to do our best job with the funds that we have to keep the citizens of the state of California safe. And so my concern is where the funding for this comes, and if it further takes away from the other mission that we're already struggling to provide. And so what that looks like. So I just would hope that the economics of this are accurately and effectively dealt with. I don't wish to determine any person's livelihood or profession from being sort of adequately overseen by the state, and to that matter, the public being protected from that licensure. But I think a couple of times today I heard that there's not a group of data that suggests that there's a problem here. And so therefore to further divert the funds that we're already struggling with and to deal with this just is a disservice to the citizens of California.
Thank you. So my personal opinion, I always start with these questions, and we've done this before, and I always ask the question, is this a solution to a problem that doesn't exist? And so, or where is the problem that this solution is? What are we trying to solve with this legislation? I agree. In my reading of the legislation, I basically interpreted it as a bifurcation of an industry without explanation. And so for me, I'm challenged in a lot of ways. And I listen to the allied organizations that have issues with it as well. I agree that Laura asked the question initially, is our responsibility to opine on legislation or to regulate legislation? And I think it's really a combination of both. This legislation was presented to us for a reason. And so our responsibility and our service to protect the public interest is to basically look at legislation and how it impacts that service to the public. I think that there's been a lot said about some of the confusing language that it poses to the public in terms of its interpretation. We've talked about how it basically impacts the architectural industry, how it basically bifurcates the interior industry in and of itself. My feeling is, when we had a similar conversation on another subject, on a piece of legislation, we asked for an opportunity to speak with the sponsors and speak with those people who are the proponents of this legislation, so that we could understand why they think it's necessary. I would suggest that we may want to consider taking the same action even here. We can't control the movement of legislation. This is happening. It's already, the wheels are already turning. The question will be whether or not the sponsor will basically pause and listen and allow that conversation to be had. I don't know how that works, but I think that if we're going to do it, we should have that conversation now with both the sponsor of the legislation and those who are advocates for the legislation. Would be my position. So,
could we, may I?
Yeah, please.
Could we simply state some of the concerns in a letter when we request that that conversation? I think if we sort of had a summary of some of the concerns put together with the possibility of a meeting, that would be great. And I'm also willing to make personal phone calls and write letters. So on my own.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Juan.
From my search here, I see that the California chapters of the International Interior Design Association is one of the sponsors, in addition to Assembly Member Corey Jackson, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and none of them is present here, because we're hearing from one side. It will be good to hear, both sides. I agree with you.
Yeah.
But I don't know what's the timeline on this AD, and when are we supposed to respond or issue an opinion on it?
There's no requirement that we take a position. It was just recently introduced, but the legislative deadlines, it's going to need to pass. It's to get out of a policy committee on the Assembly side, so Assembly Business Professions Committee and Consumer Protection, probably by about the end of April. I don't have the calendar, but I mean in April. So it would need to move out by that point. So that would be before our next board meeting. If it's moving, then it would go the Appropriations Committee. We're currently working on a fiscal estimate, and so to touch on kind of the fiscal and economic impact of it. Part of the work, if the bill were to pass, we would have to do kind of a fee study to determine what it would cost to regulate this new profession, and so their fees then would need to cover that portion of the regulation. It wouldn't be subsidized by the architect fees. They estimate their licensing population, I think it's 671. I'm not quite sure how they come up with that number. Having it within the board would make it workable, but I don't know what that fee would be. So it would be addressed, but it is definitely an impact. So the board could take a position now. You could issue a letter of concerns. I would just think about if the board wants to take a position, what is it we're asking for? Is it that we oppose just in concept and don't want the licensure? Or there are not particular amendments we're asking for? Is it, or maybe it's just a letter of, these are questions and concerns and we would like to do. We could ask them to come to the May board meeting. We could have maybe an executive committee in the interim and try to see if they would talk to us sooner. If you want, I can meet with them.
I like the idea of listening to their concern, or giving our concerns, having them be able to sit on it, read it, find a way to address it to us, and then having another meeting, either an executive meeting or at our next board meeting.
I feel comfortable authorizing our president and staff to author a letter and send it to the author.
Which part of this
Sponsor,
board,
yes.
I thought that the bill has a very clear intention, also measurable effect, other than how much it costs to regulate it. So what is the part that is vague and that we want to know more?
Yeah, I guess I would.
It's really up to all of you.
Yeah.
I would say I have technical questions about the bill and like how we would implement it. It's more like a practical consideration of like, there are some changes I've suggested. I think the definition itself, they have proposed amendments, so maybe that will address it, but it certainly is, it's very broad. I don't quite understand who is gonna be licensed, who's not gonna be licensed. There are some exemptions in there. It's not clear. So those are kind of like maybe more implementation questions.
It's essentially also back to a multidisciplinary board,
Yeah.
which is problematic given that we have a subcommittee for landscape right now, and so it like further complicates the relationship of oversight between already practicing licenses that are being regulated by the state. It's complicated on many levels.
Yeah, and I guess I was going to ask, did I hear you say that there are less than 1,000 members?
651.
They gave me an estimate of 671. I'm not 100% sure where that came from, and
Right.
it's hard to understand what the number would be. So
Yeah.
it's certainly low for a licensed population, but that's
Yeah.
why you would put it within an existing board. It couldn't sustain itself.
Well, and I guess I go back to Sunny's point, and in fairness to LATC, is that we've had this conversation. They're a much larger community, practicing community than that, and we've found challenges in integrating them into our board structure. And the legislation here kind of just, and again, I don't want to conflate one with the other because they are separate discussions, but we as a board have to be mindful of the complexities of the makeup of our board and can't ignore that fact. And so I think that whether or not that plays into this conversation with the sponsors and advocates of this legislation is a different question. But I think it's something that we should be mindful of. The only other thing I was going to say is that this is just a suggestion that we might basically, if it's appropriate, is to have us basically draft our comments or our questions that we could basically work with staff to organize and develop some communication with both the sponsors. Would that be appropriate to do that offline? And then if with you, I think Laura and I had met in our last conversation when we met with the AIA, we took those concerns, we met with them, got their feedback, and then we reported back to you guys that conversation. We could do something very similar here if that's appropriate.
So Ms. Salisbury, so we would like send them just to Laura, not to everyone, to avoid any kind of Bagley-Keene issues if we do that?
Correct. Would you like to make that a motion?
I just want to, it's a statement, it can be a motion, but I want to make sure that everybody's.
If I could comment, sorry.
Yeah, please.
before- We can absolutely do that. I would say on the structure issue, in conversations with the sponsor in the past, they did consider creating another technical committee. I would advise, just as, from my staff perspective, I don't think that is a good idea. There are inefficiencies in that structure, and it would be more expensive to regulate them that way versus having a multidisciplinary board.
That's also my recollection of the last time we discussed
Right,
this, is
exactly.
that they were modeling on that, and so there's clearly feedback has been received.
Right.
And so now this is 2.0.
Right.
And I think potentially more complicated and problematic for me.
Yeah. Deanne, I'm sorry.
So if we issue a letter for what the issue we raised here, looks like address the operational issues. If bill passed, what we'll do, what is the impact? Is that implied that our board, this board only concerns the operational issue of the
No.
bill?
No, not for me. That's why I said, I think there's a lot of issues or concerns, and I just think it's easier to aggregate those into one document and communicate that way. I'm going to ask Pamela. I think you had a
Yes,
comment.
hi. Thank you, Chair, or President, sorry, terminology. Yes, from an LATC standpoint, as you are grouping together to have conversation, I'd just like to offer that we would be happy to sit, I could sit as chair in those meetings, and if it would make sense to also, as LATC, write a separate letter that supports, kind of a unified approach. I think that would be wise, probably. Obviously, landscape architects share a lot of what you've already voiced here today. So I think it would behoove us to also put together some sort of response.
Please.
For the record, I'm looking at the situation from my personal background and perspective, which is not that of an architect. I just want to point out two things. This is not a technical issue or just a technical issue or a matter of convenience. The reason I don't like what I'm seeing is twofold. Number one, it says solution in search of a problem. We are primarily and fundamentally a consumer protection body of the state of California. I have yet to see any indication that the consumer is being threatened or put in danger, or there's any issue relevant to that sphere of our activities, number one. Number two, it is clearly a entry barrier to a particular profession. Why it's necessary? Because there's a group that would benefit presumably from the implementation of this legislation, and some other people would, by definition, not. So, but as we understand it, the status quo is not harmful to the public. So creating this artificial entry barrier, to my mind, is not called for. And those are my two reasons for my distaste for this. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion then.
Please.
I'd like to make a motion that we encourage individual board members with a concern of this legislation to direct that to staff, say within the next 2 weeks, and that the president and staff can get together to send out a response letter prior to our next board meeting, responding to the legislation proposed with our concerns, and also inviting some collaborative engagement with the sponsor and the parties on all sides concerned.
Second.
That was a mouthful.
Yeah.
Don't ask me to repeat it.
Discussion?
Yep.
Okay,
Discussion,
so I
please.
have a couple of questions actually. I'd like to ask the representative from CCIDC regarding your process and fees and licensing people. And I saw you raise your hand, so can we invite you to talk about that?
You want the other license?
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
What process do you follow when you license, individuals, and what fees you charge?
You want to go there, be there, and kind of get an idea of what it might cost us to license?
Pardon me.
I'm not sure what we're trying to figure out, but let's give it a little time.
Hi. So currently, we serve 1,646 certified interior designers in the state of California. Some of the cost prohibited nature, part of the people that would be having to be licensed under this would have to qualify for a private exam called the NCIDQ exam. They'd have to qualify for that. So that narrows that pool down. Number one, people who predominantly work in commercial, that narrows that number down, even though there's over 8,000 interior designers in the state of California currently. Some of them choose not to be certified. Some of them choose not to be a member of the IIDA or whatever organization. There's several organizations available. So I think where they're getting that number of 671 has partly to do with some of our people who have the commercial designation, but they don't have facts and figures and actual numbers and data of who actually would qualify for this under this structure. They are also not looking at the NCIDQ exam as a nationally recognized exam, but it doesn't test on California codes and regulations. They would need to create their own California supplemental exam, as the IDEX is proprietary to CCIDC and totally separate from what their entity would be. So the administration, we kind of worked some numbers out. If they were to be created similar to the Landscape Architects Committee, who has from what I understand, a $1.3 million annual budget. Now you've got to add on to that a California supplemental exam, the fees for that, and we know, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you divide that by the 671 people who supposedly would be doing this annually, that's thousands of dollars for those people, and that's why we say this would completely impact small
I'm sorry, my
independent.
question is specific to how much does the CCIDC charge?
Oh, how much do we charge?
Yes.
Oh, our annual, we have several, but the base is $300 every 2 years. So, and we keep those fees low, to make sure that we are serving the most amount of people that we can, and there's, you know, again,
And
we,
what's the annual, budget, or your annual budget? Or
about 300,000
Okay.
is what we operate on, but we have 2 employees, the rest is an all volunteer board. We keep our fees low intentionally.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. So been a motion on the floor and properly second.
Public comment?
Yep, I'm just about to say that now. Is there public comment for the motion? Seeing none, I'll ask Secretary Brass to take roll.
Ron Jones,
Yes?
Robert Pearman,
Yes.
Victoria Brash, yes. Tian Feng,
Yes.
Leonard Manukian,
Aye.
Kashika McKinney,
Yes.
Amanda Steidelmeyer,
Yes.
Fuad Suisse,
Yes.
Sunny Ward.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Discussion.
Very great discussion. Okay, so now, in my eagerness, we will now go to NCARB for the NCARB presentation. Michael, thank you for your patience. Sure. Yes, sir.
What does
Yes,
that
sir.
look like?
Guess I moved that.
Yeah, that's right.
You can take that farther. Find your seat.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Mike Armstrong. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at the National Council of Architectural Registration Boards. And with me today are 2 of our Vice Presidents at NCARB, Joshua Batkin, who's our Vice President for Council Relations. His team also liaisons with all of the jurisdictional licensing boards in terms of information management, and also manages an advocacy team that monitors relevant legislation and advocates for alignment with our models regarding model regulations and model statutes. And also they have the portfolio on international relations, which includes ongoing work regarding mutual recognition agreements with several other countries. And we anticipate, in addition to the refreshed agreement with Canada and the refreshed agreements with New Zealand and Australia and the United Kingdom, that we hope in a few months to reactivate our tri-national agreement with Mexico and Canada. And we plan to have a signing ceremony for our newest agreement with South Africa in April. And these agreements all mean that if you have the NCARB certificate, you have international mobility to licensure in those named countries, and vice versa. Licensees in those named countries can obtain an NCARB certificate, and we've determined that their licensure process is substantially equivalent to ours. And because this is part of the NCARB certificate, if a jurisdiction honors the NCARB certificate, then they honor the international agreement unless they opt out. And I think California's opted into everything, so we appreciate that. I also would offer that California is unique in that you have an equal balance of consumer or public members with architects on this board, which I personally admire very much as a non-architect. And I would say that we also are trying to involve public members more and more on our committees. We don't, other than Robert, we don't have a history of many public members from the California Board volunteering. We'd like to change that. You have a great pipeline. And We think every time we have a public member at the table, as you've seen even in the discussions today, you get other questions that maybe the architect perspective either doesn't see or isn't sensitive to, or maybe doesn't want those questions asked. And so we think it's really important to have that kind of diversity as we shape our policy. So we are in an open period right now for volunteers for our upcoming fiscal year, which starts July 1st and runs through next June. And public members can fit everywhere. The committees don't practice architecture. They help create policies and programs. And so we would ask all of you public members to consider volunteering. The information has been put out to all of you. There's little job descriptions that explain the frequency of meeting and what the work is of the committees. So we would really encourage that, and Josh's team also helps facilitates that. And in
let me know.
Yeah.
Up until March 22nd.
And in the back of the room, Roxanne Alston is our other vice president who's with us today. Roxanne is the vice president for customer relations. And anytime someone has had a question or concern about their record, their information, or accommodation for an exam or anything else, chances are they've worked with someone on Roxanne's team. They are the largest department at NCARB with 37 employees out of our 120. And they spend all day, every day on the phone or online trying to facilitate service to all of our various record holders. We have over 120,000 record holders, people that are either pursuing licensure or who are licensed and have the NCARB certificate. Because half of you are public members, I will try not to talk in NCARB jargon too much. I'll try to spell out acronyms, and I hope that perhaps you'll leave this meeting with maybe a little better understanding of why NCARB exists and what it does on behalf of the state. We are a non-governmental organization that does a lot of work in terms of creating models and programs for you to use at your discretion. We have no separate legal authority, but we design the national exam, the national experience program, and we also address education requirements. And so the processes to get a license, and then because the U.S. Constitution doesn't create national licensure, its silence defers that power to states and jurisdictions. There is an issue of mobility between jurisdictions that was the nexus of the founding of NCARB back in 1919. Architects wanted to be mobile between states. That's why they created NCARB, to create uniformity between states and to create instruments that would be recognized between states. And so that's why we have existed in over 100 years plus. I also want to recognize I have two of my board members in the room today. Sylvia Kwan is a former California Architects Board member who is now our current second vice president. And Tian Fang, who's rolling off your board soon, I think, is your Region 6 representative. NCARB is divided into 6 geographic regions. Region 6 is the far west, one of the largest regions in the country, both geographically and numerically. And Tian was elected by his peers to be the director for that region, so that gives him a seat on our national board of directors. So we are a nonprofit. We are a 501c6, which means we can do advocacy work as well as education and information work. And we appreciate the strong and healthy relationship we've had with this board and the many leaders that have come up into NCARB emanating from this board. And we also especially appreciate Laura and her staff. My team had a check-in meeting with her yesterday, and which we do. We try to visit one of our 55 jurisdictional boards every month, so it takes several years to make it all the way around the country. And California, because of your size, we feel like we need to be in more frequent conversation, but COVID kind of threw a monkey wrench into our plans, so we're trying to get back on track with more frequent visits. And of course, my bias, I'm a native Californian, so any excuse to come back out here is fine with me. I see that you've enumerated the different topics you're hoping I'm going to address. I hope you don't mind if I
Understand.
kind of blend
Yep.
them a little bit,
Yeah, a
because
little
they're kind of connected. Let me jump first to what's on the calendar in the next few months, if I can. So NCARB has two big conferences every year. The Regional Summit, which is in March, and that is sort of it does several things. It's a preview to what might be discussed at the annual business meeting. So we get to float draft resolutions, and our leaders get to go visit all the regions to do mini town halls on what are their concerns, what are their questions. But it's also a roll up your sleeves meeting that is intentionally not about NCARB. It's about your role as licensing board members. And so this year, the 6 regional chairs are very intent on making this conference all about how to become a more effective regulator. That's really the theme of this conference. So it's sort of a in-house training, if you will. NCARB is in the financial position where we can afford to fully underwrite travel and lodging and registration for this conference for 3 of your members, plus a public member, plus if legal counsel wants to go, and board executives. And we try to make sure that everybody finds a friend and that you're caucusing effectively, and that we help you network and meet each other. We then, our other big conference, and we think our most important conference, is our annual business meeting, which happens at the end of June. So the regional summit this year is in Oklahoma City, and the annual meeting will be in Minneapolis. We change the venue every year. The annual business meeting is designed to, in real time, do the business work of the council, which is electing board members, voting on resolutions, and getting feedback on emerging issues that will shape where NCARB is going in months and years to come. We also think that it underscores the issues that we have in common, as well as the issues that we don't have in common. We really try to tease out where there's a sense of consensus and where there isn't, and how we can learn from each other. So again, we have the same funding formula for that meeting, with three members, public member, legal counsel if they wish, and board executive or staff, I should say. So all that information is pushed out way in advance for people to register. We hope there will be a big California presence at this meeting, and we appreciate, again, your participation, and especially those of you that are new to the board. Don't be afraid. It's a friendly group, and we would love to see you there. So, resolutions. We have 3 resolutions that we've put out as drafts at this point. The way this works is that the board of directors waits to hear feedback from our 55 jurisdictions on this draft language, and then when they meet in April, they decide if they want to make any changes to the language based on the feedback, or whether the resolution should go forward onto the docket of the annual business meeting. So the resolutions that are have been put out for comment are the refreshing of the mutual recognition agreement with Canada, right?
The UK.
The UK, excuse me, UK. We're refreshing a different one every year. The United Kingdom mutual recognition agreement isn't that old. And at the time we signed the agreement, we expressed to them concern that they were only limiting eligible U.S. architects who had graduated from a NAB accredited program. And we told them at the time that is not fully representative of all NCARB certificate holders, that roughly 15% of our certificate holders have arrived at licensure through other means other than graduating from an accredited program. And that to exclude those individuals we felt was discriminatory and not satisfactory. At the same time, we felt it was important to at least move this far and get 85% of our certificate holders eligible, with their promise that they would revisit this issue and come back to us in a couple of years' time with a change, which they have now done. And I think it's admirable in a way, because the United Kingdom, unlike California and 19 other states, or 18 other states, does not have other options for licensure. the only way to get licensed in the UK is via graduating from a school. So for them to allow our other ways to be recognized, I think is significant, and we really are appreciative of the fact that what is going in front of the membership at our annual business meeting is now fully inclusive of all certificate holders, regardless of how they got their license. So that's the major change to the existing mutual recognition agreement. And because of the nature of the agreement, our bylaws dictate that this has to be a vote of our delegates to the conference. The second resolution is regarding the certification guidelines. I'm just looking here to make sure. I find our titles to be a little bit vague here.
It's that bylaws cleanup.
Yeah, that's the cleanup resolution, which we keep having these every year. I keep thinking, when are we going to be done cleaning up? But what happens is it's a bit of a whack-a-mole. We push one thing down, we find something else. We're trying to make our documents and our resolutions and our history consistent with current approaches. And we have some outdated language from previous years that is either overtaken by events or doesn't make sense anymore. So it's sort of a reconciliation resolution. The third resolution, which I know piqued your chairman's curiosity, we talked briefly at dinner last night, and it came up at our board meeting too. I still think that we're going to have to do a better job of explaining this resolution because it's still confusing, especially to Californians. We, over the past several years, have been trying to remove what we call unnecessary impediments to licensure that largely were created at the convenience of NCARB from an administrative perspective. So things like changing the rolling clock as to when your exams expire. We just changed the reporting period requirements for the AXP. We've added an accommodation for people who use English as a second language. We're systemically trying to get rid of all of this clutter around our programs that in the moment seemed like a good idea, or else it was a bias that no one caught. It was an unconscious bias. So we've been trying to rid our programs of all of these biases or unnecessary administrative complications. Well, a number of years ago, before we had the computer-based examinations, we had some jurisdictions that used our national exam, but they passed people when NCARB didn't. The local jurisdiction gave them a pass, but we did not. And that's because we used different methodology to determine the cut score for the exam. This was many years ago. We have people who've been practicing for a long time. They've been effective and architects. They don't have a history of disciplinary actions. There's no indication that their license in their jurisdiction has indicated that they're somehow a subclass or an inferior architect. We think the time has come to, with the formula that's in the resolution, let those people be considered to be passed also by NCARB so that they could get a license anywhere rather than just in that jurisdiction. We did address the California situation a number of years ago regarding the time when California for a season had its own exam and its own scores, and we had to reconcile that with the national. So this is not designed to address Californians in that context or to negate anything that any of you in this room have achieved. So I want to assure you that's not the intent of this resolution. But we do think that the way that we issue the exam, the way we score the exam has changed so much that continuing to argue that the person that passed in this jurisdiction but that NCARB didn't pass, at this point is a distinction without a difference. And with the requirements of years of practice embedded there as well as an attestation of their competency, that we can move forward, and that's another impediment that we can get rid of. So that's the third resolution. So those are three resolutions that would be up for a vote by the members, and I believe all of these are simple majority resolutions. And our rule is it's a simple majority of the 55, even if there's less than 55 present. I had to learn that a few years ago when something failed by one vote, and I said, wait a minute, I thought it passed. So those are our resolutions, so that will happen at the annual business meeting. Before I get to Pathways to Practice and our competency standard and what our different program committees are doing, let me skip ahead to the last item briefly, which is the artificial intelligence and the practice of architecture. NCARB issued a statement last year on artificial intelligence, attempting to make sure people understand what our role is and is not. We are here, as someone invoked earlier today, I think it was Sunny, to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. We're not here to protect the practice. We're not here to protect your business model or your profitability. That's not our job. It might be the AIA's job, but it's not our job. And so artificial intelligence, as it relates to regulation and as it relates to protecting the public, is the only little sleeve that we are interested in. We are agnostic on all other issues around artificial intelligence. So our position is that it doesn't matter from a regulatory perspective whether a firm uses artificial intelligence or not, or how the firm uses artificial intelligence. What matters is the architect's responsible control of the product and how the architect engages with a client, and how whatever deliverable the architect presents to the client, that deliverable complies with the regulations of the jurisdiction and that it protects the public. And we've all seen it in the last several years. Everyone's hair has been on fire about artificial intelligence, and to the point where it's become an obsession, and that's all people want to talk about. Some of it seems to be more a professional fear about their individual competency or the competition they may have with other firms, which is, again, not our issue. We do, however, anticipate that within the regulatory framework, the issue of responsible control vis-a-vis our artificial intelligence might have to be further spelled out over time and further examined over time. So we are committed to having an ongoing conversation about that part of artificial intelligence, and we are likely to continue to update our statement on an annual basis. Most recently, the acronym ICOR was invoked earlier today, so I will explain that to you all. That's the Interorganizational Council on Regulation, which is composed of the 4 national organizations that advise the design process. So the National Council of Engineers and Surveyors, NCEES, CLARB, the Council on Landscape Architecture Registration Boards, NCARB, and CIDQ, the Council for Interior Design Qualification. Those 4 national organizations meet as a leadership group every year, and then our staffs meet frequently throughout the year. And for the last several years, they've been working on this overlapping practice report that we plan to issue publicly as early as next week, I believe. So that should be coming soon. That group, the ICOR group, when the leaders met in January, agreed to issue a joint statement on artificial intelligence that somewhat borrows from the statement that we and NCES have already issued, again, asserting that it's a responsible control issue. It's not something otherwise to be regulated. We don't think that we need to say, you can only use this kind of artificial intelligence in your firm, or you can only use artificial intelligence to do this part of your design and not that part of your design. We're not, just like the academics don't want us to tell them how to teach, we're not going to tell you how to practice. We're just going to ask that you practice ethically. So that's really all I can say right now about artificial intelligence. Mr. Chair, I don't know if you had questions on that.
No, I think that's great. I mean, I think that what you've described about being aware, having continuous dialogue, I think is really important. I think the biggest piece for me was the regulatory side, and in the Practice Act, at what point do you start to recognize the need to be a bit more specific?
Mm-hmm.
And the notion of just staying engaged in those conversations and being aware of the impact that it has on the public interest. For example, I mentioned this to someone recently. I said, we aren't required to disclose the tools that we use.
Mhm.
We use AutoCAD, we use Revit, but nothing in our contract documents says you have to disclose that to your clients.
Right.
And so that's how I interpret the use of AI.
Yes.
There are some practitioners who think differently,
Mhm.
is that the public should be aware that that the design professional is being influenced by some other outside sources. So to me, it's always a question of, does the tool start to bleed into public risk? And so long as we're continuing to have the conversation and not
Mhm.
turning a blind eye to the emergence of AI, would be the issues that I would
Right.
want to make sure that we're just looking at front and center.
Good. Well, and we're happy, like I said, to keep talking about this. We just hosted our second Futures Symposium, and that was still a main topic. It's been a topic at several of our regional summits. And our board of directors from time to time likes to have blue sky conversations about what does NCARB look like in 5, 10, 20 years, and will there be a time where we may want to credential or somehow validate certain tools.
Yeah.
Right now, I don't think I want NCARB to get in the tool validation
Sure.
business.
Sure.
I hate to disappoint members of the public, but firms are already using artificial intelligence and have been for some time.
Yeah.
So anyone that thinks this is a new thing that people are just still trying to think about, we're all trying to get up to speed on artificial intelligence. It wouldn't surprise you, I don't think, that at our organization we're talking about contained use of artificial intelligence, where we use our own in-house artificial intelligence engine, but it can only harvest data from NCARB sources. So all it is saving us time.
Yeah.
It's not
Efficiency.
creating something that doesn't already exist, but it could help Roxanne's team, for example, get information instantaneously for a customer, as opposed to one of her staff taking several hours to try to compile something.
Yeah.
That's already happening at firms and in all elsewhere in our society. So it's out there. Best to think of it as a helper and not a hindrance and not an enemy, but it can be a friend. But we need to have rules, which we're also talking about right now internally, as to how we use it, when we use it, what do we use it for. But it's going to bleed into other parts of our programs too, including perhaps generating exam questions that are still reviewed and curated by humans.
Okay. Sure.
That architects are still, at the end of the day, looking, it's responsible control, just like the architect is ethically charged with responsible control with their client.
Perfect,
So,
thank you.
So the main event for us, and again, I want to be aware of the public members in the room so that we don't get too deep into NCARB jargon here, or newer board members who may not have heard all the NCARB language on this. Several years ago, we conducted what we called an analysis of practice, which we do roughly every 10 years. It's a snapshot in time of today, what's going on in architectural practice, and to do that, in this case, we surveyed almost 20,000 architects responded to this survey. It's a huge sample. And we also talked to students, and we talked to educators, and we talked to adjacent professions. And we collected all that data, and we started, and we're still, a number of years later, still going through that data. It was completed in 2022, and here we are in 2025. That data then leads to an evolution in existing programs. 'Cause at the end of the day, it's really a gap analysis. It's what's the gap between what NCARB is doing versus what the survey says we could or should be doing. And so historically, that's led from ARE 3.0 to 4.0 and ARE 4.0 to 5.0. It's gone from IDP to AXP. That's all been precipitated by this roughly, I call it the architectural census every 10 years, the analysis of practice. But this time around, when we did the analysis of practice, we also became aware that there was a new methodology afoot in other professions, including education and medicine, about moving qualification toward competency-based qualification rather than knowledge-based qualification. And I think, I don't know about you, but I grew up in the public schools here in California, and from kindergarten up, have assumed knowledge equals competency. That's what we've been taught. But today there are more contemporary ways to demonstrate competency and measure competency that aren't necessarily knowledge-based in the traditional way. So our past practice has been, we talk about the 3 E's and the 3-legged stool of education, experience, and examination. And those 3 E's manifest knowledge, and then that knowledge says you are ready to be an architect. Well, what about the person who isn't great at taking a standardized test, or maybe can't afford to go to school, but is working in a firm and is showing a lot of ability to practice architecture? What do we do with people like that? We say, sorry, if you can't dance to this tune, you can't come to the dance. We believe today, and it's happening in other professions, that we don't totally jettison ideas like experience and examination and education, but we revisit those approaches through a new lens called competency-based qualification. So pulling on that thread a little bit, we created a task force on competency, and this task force developed 16 essential competencies that must exist at the point of initial licensure. And those were issued a year ago, and they're on our website, and we've shared that with you, but if you forget, you can go back to our website and look at it again, or we can send you a clean piece of paper on it. So if those are the competencies, what are the tools to help you demonstrate competency? So we're doing 2 things. We are course correcting our existing tools, which are the ARE, the AXP, and the education standard, to as closely align to the 16 competencies as possible, which means they are being modified slightly. However, we've also determined that at the end of the day, those existing tools really aren't going to fully align with those 16 competencies. We're actually going to have to reinvent our tools to get to those 16 competencies. So as we speak, our 3 programmatic committees, the education, experience, and examination committees, are getting ready to review a first draft set of prototypes of what the new tools might look like. And another incentive for you to come to our annual business meeting, we hope to unveil those prototypes in Minneapolis in June. We know that some of these prototypes are not going to survive because they're too expensive or too complicated, or that they're not user-friendly. But we want to socialize them so we can start hearing from all of you. So we want to spend a year having everybody kicking the tires, looking at these prototypes, saying what they like, what they don't like, playing with them, figuring them out. And then as we listen to all this, we are going to be working with a number of vendors to help us determine which prototypes can we afford. They have to be financially feasible for us at NCARB and for the customer. We can't create something that's really wonderful, but it's so expensive that nobody uses it, or it bankrupts our organization. So we have to make sure they're financially feasible. We also want to make sure that whatever we end up with is legally defensible and is based on science. We want to preserve rigor. We owe it to you and the other 54 jurisdictional boards that whatever we offer to you and develop is rigorous. I don't want anyone thinking that we're trying to make something easier. Inclusion does not necessarily mean easy. And I think there's been a lot of political and social dialogue about that's misrepresented the whole idea of inclusion. But we do believe, and California is already doing this, you already allow people to get a license that don't follow the traditional path. We would like that model to go national. We are already seeing other jurisdictions starting to move in this direction, not even waiting for us to come out with our new tools. Michigan, which is one of 6 jurisdictions that if you don't have a NAB degree, you can't get in either through initial or reciprocal. They're looking at changing their statute. We have a number of AIA chapters who are supporting this change. And we think we are to use an overworn phrase, we're on the right side of history here. There's a growing impatience on the part of young people who are wanting to pursue a job about the traditions that our generations pursued when we moved up and got licenses. There's a lot of questioning today about the return on the investment of higher education as it currently exists. We're here at a community college today. We think community college education should count for something. Right now, it doesn't count for anything. We think a 4-year pre-professional degree should count for something. Right now, it counts for nothing. So we think there are options out there that might, at different levels, progress you toward competency. It might mean if you don't go to school at all, you go on this path. If you go to school for 2 years and get an associate degree, you go on this path. 4-year degree, a NAB accredited degree, they all will take you toward competency, but maybe at different paces or different cadences. We also know that there's different types of exams other than multiple choice exams that we could be offering. There's different ways to, that's a knowledge test, but it can lead to competency. And we want to revisit how we document experience. Right now in architecture, you document experience by getting your supervisor to sign off on hours. We assume that the supervisor knows that that employee did that work and is observing that work and is mentoring and coaching, but we also know that many supervisors don't have the time to do that. So there's an assumption going on here. We would like to move towards something that what we would call evidence-based experience. Again, we do not want to invoke anything that is so burdensome, so costly, so complicated that it's not going to work. From an implementation perspective, we anticipate that we won't be launching anything new until at least calendar year 2028. We also know that even when we do launch, we'll have to keep the old programs running for a while. So there will be an overlap, just like when we transitioned from ARE 4.0 to 5.0, there was an overlap time period. And we think that for this to be effective, we will need at least 2/3 of our 55 jurisdictions to be ready to adopt this at the time of launch for this to be effective. And then we can work on the other third. So there's still a lot of work to do here. Everybody is saying, okay, enough with concept. We want to know what this stuff is going to look like. Well, we're getting close. We hope to have, like I said, a first draft ready to show you in late June. I think the early feedback we're getting is that most jurisdictions understand the concept. Most jurisdictions are worried about the other jurisdictions that may not want to do this, which is on us and on Josh's team and our consultants to help us get to 2/3. We do hear from academics in particular that are concerned that our approach will cause an erosion of the pipeline into colleges and universities that will have a negative effect on their business model. There are some, and many of you in this room probably, who believe that without that kind of education, you can't be the architect that you should be, which, even as this comes out of my mouth, is kind of a judgmental, semi-elitist statement to make, but people are making those statements. So we're not going to get universally applauded for this, and we're not going to wait for a unanimous endorsement either. We think there are people out there today who could be architects if we made these changes, and we think that this contemporizes and modernizes licensure to get us in line with other professions and where we can go in the future. So that's kind of pathways to practice is the umbrella term we're using to refer to this, and I hope I didn't sound too geeky to the non-architects on the board. It's okay? Yeah, I'm good? Robert, you're tracking? Everyone else? Is she not bad? Okay, good. I'll also confess I'm a recovering lawyer, so I might have sounded too much like an attorney. I don't know. Anyway, I'm glad to take questions, and my team can, and Sylvia and,
Yes,
and Tian.
let
can
me
answer.
start by saying thank you.
Yeah.
I always enjoy presentations from NCARB because I think you guys do great work. I really appreciate this effort, particularly in terms of the competency path, the 16 competencies as a pathway. You mentioned a few things that I wanted to kind of unpack. One is a timeline.
Yes.
I know at the last NCARB meeting, was it 2027 that you guys thought that you would be releasing this into practice, and has anything changed along that timeline?
I don't think anything's changed. I think we were hoping if we presented the drafts in June of this year, 2026, that by 2027 we could be into the beta testing.
And that's still the case?
That's still the case. It's interesting. We've found several vendors that are already doing this for other clients, which has been really helpful for us. I think the biggest question is on what I call the validation of education. We're not looking to create an accreditation program. Accreditation addresses programs and degrees. We are looking at individuals. So you might have both gone to Cal Poly, but one of you took these electives and another of you took different electives. And so based on your individual transcript, it might score farther progress toward competency than the other person did. So that's too heavy of a lift for a volunteer committee or for staff. So what kind of algorithm, or again, artificial intelligence, how might we use something like that to help us do a validation of education? So there's still some complexities that we're still trying to figure out, but right now I'm going to say I'm still hopeful that we can get to a launch sometime in calendar year 2028. But that is also dependent on if we can persuade enough states to move. We've got to look at state statutes, state regulations, legal opinions from legal counsel in some cases, because we're finding in some cases states are interpreting their statutes differently than we are.
Yeah.
And it's the same language, so why is this lawyer saying this and our lawyers are saying something else? So many of our jurisdictions automatically just go with whatever models NCARB promulgates. So that's a good head start for us. And then there are other jurisdictions that we know are going to be the last adopters.
Right.
But can we get to 2/3? That may delay the 2028 launch, I think, with any.
You mentioned academia.
Yes.
And I know I had a lot of conversations with your committee last year about how academia will respond to, and you mentioned that it's not a smooth embrace.
It's bumpy.
Right.
Although I have recently, I think what happened when we first announced this, the immediate reaction was, oh, we don't like this. I've learned, as a non-architect, working with architects, I've learned that often architects critique first and think second.
We've been there.
Yeah. And so we kind of had to let the academy calm down a little bit. Okay, just calm down for a moment. Let's think about this a little longer. We've now started seeing some academics coming to us saying, this would help us course correct our curriculum.
Yeah.
We could use this as a reason to go back to our deans or our provosts or our chancellors or whoever and say, NCARB's now doing this, so we have a lot of faculty that wish they could teach more practical skills.
Exactly.
And they're being told that they can't. This might incentivize a course correction. We hope it will influence the new committee at the NAAB that's now asking for feedback on updating their regulations and their conditions for accreditation. So I'm pleasantly surprised that we have that happening, but we still have corners of the academic community that they don't even believe there should be any path other than through. They don't like your model in California.
Sure. Well, and I go back to Ms. Acosta. I think she may have left, but her point about the second path through education and work.
Yes.
the competency structure creates a very significant opportunity for the work-life experience. I mean,
Yes.
the workspace experience.
Yes.
Contributing to competencies.
Mhm.
And so students don't think that they have to go to a school to basically develop those competencies.
It might take them longer.
Right, exactly. But
But it
there's a
might be
clear
much
path.
more affordable.
Exactly. Exactly. So that's where I think you talk about academia and making course corrections in terms of
Yeah.
how they teach and what they teach.
Right.
I think there's a difference between teaching what architecture is and how to practice architecture.
Exactly.
The competencies lean into into how you practice architecture, not
Yes.
just defining what architecture,
Yes.
the role of architects are,
Right.
but how to practice. And I
Right.
really applaud that. So I wanted to say
Right.
thank you for that.
Well, I would also want to say on the record that, because we have had some inquiries along these lines, we are not discarding NAB accreditation as an organization. That's not happening. The NAB accredited degree, we've already mapped how the current NAB conditions fulfill some of our competencies. That's not going to change. In fact, we hope the new NAB conditions will even get closer to some of the competencies. And we also know there are a lot of great schools out there that are doing more than just the bare minimum. And we still have our IPAL program, the Integrated Path to Architectural Licensure, where those schools are positioning students to work and get ready to take the exam while they're still in school. The IPAL program today, the data tells us that the average IPAL graduate gets licensed within 2 years of graduation, whereas the national average is 6 or 7 years after graduation. So there is an impact to seeing the value of the concurrency of the paths. I think, again, the path to licensure for many years was thought to be sequential. You do your education first, then you do your experience, then you take your exam. But increasingly, especially the way people learn today and the way they acquire information today, concurrency actually is perhaps a more dynamic way, because your classroom work is reinforcing your knowledge in the firm as a worker and vice versa. And then as you become competent, why wait to take your exams? Start taking some of them now. So we look at this as an and not an or in terms of where we're going as an organization.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes.
Just a
Robert.
question, not directly something you spoke about, but you can educate me. I've read about this issue with the Department of Education changing the
Oh, yes.
master's programs from
Absolutely.
professional to graduate. Is that a minor error to it, or is it a big thing?
Well, I just signed off on a joint statement that was co-written by AIA, us, the ACSA, the Association of Collegiate Schools of Architecture, AIAS, the American Institute of Architecture Students, and NOMA, the National Organization of Minority Architects, opposing the draft Code of Federal Regulation language emanating from the U.S. Department of Education. In the federal government, when a bill gets passed by Congress, then the agencies have to adopt implementation rules called the Code of Federal Regulations. They put out the draft implementation language for public comment, and then after public comment, they do the final. So right now, the draft CFR is out for comment, which says that access to federally supported student loans for graduate programs, so not the B-ARC, but this would be for the M-ARC and the D-ARC, would not be available at the full number of $50,000 a year. It would be capped at $20,000 a year, because architecture graduate programs aren't considered to be professional programs that merit the full $50,000. Nursing was also struck from the list as well. So AIA is coordinating an advocacy effort that involves this joint statement from all of us back to the U.S. Department of Education, saying that this disenfranchises primarily people from underrepresented groups that can't afford the full tuition without some federal help, and that given the housing crisis we have in this country and given the impacts on public health, safety, and welfare, that this is against the Trump administration's policies, and it's not good for the American public. That's the joint statement. In addition to that, there are 2 bills from members of the U.S. House that are trying to fix this issue that AIA is also endorsing. And AIA is also trying to create a coalition with the nurses and other professions that didn't get the cut to see if they can get architects back on the list. So for us, given everything we're trying to do to focus on inclusion, this is disappointing because we want architectural education to be as inclusive as possible. At the same time, I think it also magnifies the national frustration with where higher education has gone in the last 20 or 30 years, away from practical skills toward theory. And you see a lot of schools now changing their marketing to say, we're all about jobs. That's the new slogan you see in a lot of ads for colleges. And there's a national organization called Tear the Paper Ceiling that talks about the artificiality of requiring degree programs for certain types of jobs. And of course, the student debt issue is out there. And I think there's a frustration, whether it's appropriately placed or not, toward funding programs that just result in student debt. Our counter argument to that is that the availability of the MARC and the DARC program indicates that there's choice out there, that you might get a degree in something else and then decide you want to become an architect. And by cutting off financial funding, you're negating choice, which again is counter to what we hear from the Trump administration. So we'll see where this goes. I am pessimistic that these our efforts are going to succeed, but we're fighting the good fight.
Appreciate that.
Any idea, like nationally, how many MARC and DARC students there are at any one time?
We know that, but I don't know it in this moment.
I'll look it up for you.
But Roxanne can find that out.
And we've done some additional research on the impacts that this would have, so we can share some additional information.
Yeah.
I have a few things. Thank you for being here.
Sure.
I'm loving the changes with the competency and the idea that NCARB could maybe sort of nudge NAB and also the universities to change their, so sort of course correct. You know, I have both a bachelor's and a master's in architecture, but I quite honestly learned I became an architect by taking the ARE. You know, I learned most of what I know about practicing from taking the test and studying for the test. And so I think that's a reality that a lot of academic institutions, you know, and institutions that I represent even on boards struggle with. So I love just having this conversation, and if we can sort of bring more of academia into this, I think it benefits both the pathways for academic licensure and non-academic licensure. So I really, really appreciate that. There's so many things that you guys are doing that I also love, but I want to just like say that it's nice to have you here, because when I go to NCARB sometimes, I'll admit, I show up with a chip on my shoulder. And the chip on my shoulder is just representation. You know, California represents a huge, large population. You know, we're the largest population by state and also by architects, and up until a couple of months ago when we implemented our retired architects license, we even had the most licensed architects of any state. You know, but if you look at the NCARB by the numbers, we have the most resident architects that are licensed in our state. So we have a huge population, both citizens that we're protecting, but also licensees that we're regulating. And, you know, as you know, we don't have that kind of representation at NCARB. So when I show up and we have the conversation, or when we show up and we have the conversations about reciprocity, and we feel a little bit left out sometimes, or with diversity because we see other states with a, out large voice where we don't see has the diversity that we have. So, it's hard. So, and I know there's not a lot you can do about it, and I know it's the system that's been in place for hundreds of years, and that the idea of changing it would be near to impossible. So for me, it's nice to have this conversation, to hear that you guys are hearing and seeing us, and it's a conversation that I wish that we could have had time and time again over the last 8 years that I've been involved. And I realize COVID got in the way, and so that I know. But when I hear that you guys go to Guam. I'm both jealous that you're in Guam, but I'm also like, hey, what about us and what about our population? So I just wanted to say that publicly, and I
Sure.
also wanted to say it on behalf of our other members, because we just want to make sure you guys are seeing us and understanding our culture and the diversity of our state. And we're so lucky because we do have volunteers that keep going and are involved in the organization. But as you guys require, once these wonderful human beings move on, they're supposed to put their blinders on, and they no longer necessarily represent California. And so it's tough. And I'm grateful for Tian, but it would just be nice, I think, if the board just got a little bit more love from NCARB. I just wanted to put it out there. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, again,
Great t-shirt.
glad.
More love.
Yeah. Well, I look for, as I said, I look for any opportunity to come out here. So I'm glad to be here, and I think what Sonny's referring to. So we have what I call the U.S. Senate model, not the U.S. House of Representatives model, where each jurisdiction has the same amount of votes at our annual meeting. But we use a quasi-legislative process from time to time, but we are not, unlike the U.S. Senate or the U.S. House, we are not a legislative body. That's your authority. So again, we're here to provide support and advice and tools for you all at the state to do your work, and you do it well, and you certainly represent the diversity and the complexity of the state of California in the makeup of this board and what you do on a regular basis. So I am excited that over the years our DEI committee and our collaborative that preceded them, and some of your members have been on that committee as well, have really helped us expose blind spots regarding our existing programs. The governance change that resulted in 2 at-large positions that has helped diversify our board, not only based on demographic diversity, but also experience diversity and non-NCARB diversity, has really been healthy for our board of directors and for the overall culture of the organization. So we don't necessarily put a California stamp on all those things,
Yeah.
but those things I think are representative of what you espouse here in California. And yeah, so I appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, thanks. And I also wanted to say thank you for mentioning the public members, because when I attend the regional and the national meetings, the public voice, those public volunteers, even the interdisciplinary boards, the voices that they are bringing
Yes.
to the sort of old guard architectural academic portion of the board that's sort of representing as a trade organization and not necessarily as a health and safety and welfare organization is, I think, huge. And
Yes.
it's becoming stronger, and I see it, and I'm really
Yes.
grateful for it. So thank you for that.
At our annual meeting, we always have a separate event just for public members, so they can hang out with each other and not feel like they're the last to be invited to the party. And that the whole body elects the public member to our national board. So again, there are many opportunities for public members to serve.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Any questions or comments from the public?
You don't have to wait for another visit to stay in touch. It's marmstrong@ncarb.org. I do answer emails. And Laura knows how to find everybody else.
Right.
They're all very responsive.
Right.
Yeah.
I do want to say, I know that you don't count community college education in NCARB, but in California,
We
we
do.
do grant experience, so.
Yeah, good for you.
Right.
Well, again, we learn from all of you. So, but thank you for your support. And I often invoke California as when people push back and say this is a bad thing, and I'm saying, well, then are you saying all these California architects are bad architects? It was so helpful to have John Baker, your former board member, as our president.
So powerful.
Yeah.
Because in real time, he would actually be in the room sometimes when someone would make a disdainful statement about, you can only learn design if you go to school. And John's sitting right there, you know. And John dropped out of Cal Poly after a year and went the hard route and got his license via experience. And he's done quite well for himself. and also done well as a leader. And I found that personally insulting for people to even suggest that with him sitting in the room. So, but old habits die hard. People are threatened by change, things that don't look like them, or that some people look at change as something to embrace, and other people look at it as something to oppose. And that's says a lot about everything right now, doesn't it? We're going to stay for the whole meeting until we get kicked out for your executive session.
Well, thank you.
And thank you for all that were able to join us for dinner last
Yes,
night.
thank
We
you
really
for
appreciate
hosting.
that as well.
Thank you.
All right.
So,
Thank
little bit of housekeeping. So I'm gonna suggest that we take a lunch break.
Do you want to tour the tiny home? Or
Yeah,
just-
I would do both.
Okay, so how long would
And
you like?
so, I would suggest maybe, so let me just backward, what's everybody's travel schedule? What's the earliest that someone needs to basically catch a flight?
I think Tiana has the first
3
flight.
o'clock, we're at 3 o'clock.
You need to leave by about 3 o'clock.
Okay, so obviously my responsibility in
Yeah.
serving as a moderator is to basically monitor your travel schedule, so I appreciate that. So yeah, so we'll basically do both if that's okay, and say, is 30 minutes enough to do both?
If we can eat our desk, maybe.
Okay, I found this on the web for is there any serving as a biscuit monitor your travel schedule, so I appreciate that. So yes, we'll basically do both if that's okay.
Perfect, thank you. We're going to reconvene. It's currently 1:01 p.m. and we will continue with our agenda, and we will go to agenda item H,
Do we do a
which
roll
is. Oh, yes, we probably should. Thank you, Victoria. So let's do a roll call, please.
Ron Jones,
Present.
Robert Pierman,
Present.
Victoria Brash here, Tian Feng,
Here.
Leonard Manukian,
Present.
Kashika McKinney,
Present.
Amanda Stoudemire,
Present.
Fuad Spies,
Present.
Charles Ward.
Present.
Thank you. All present and accounted for. So we will go on to the January 15th REC Regulations and Enforcement Committee meeting, presentation by Vice Chair Robert Pierman.
Thank you. So we met on the 15th of January, and I appreciate staff handling that largely and also providing me this update. Some things we discussed was that there's been some improvement in the case processing times. There was an increase of about 40 citations issued during the period covered. We talked about the architect and training legislation, and that's later on the agenda. You'll hear it today. We still discussed the challenges with the unlicensed practice issues in the online platforms. We still have the inability to really control some of those platforms legally in terms of how they characterize architects and design, but we're doing the best we can staff-wise to try and catch those folks. We've looked at the fine structure, which is one of the strategic plan objectives, and it seems like our fine structures at present are within alignment with other DCA boards, and we don't need any changes statutory at this point in time. Also, we discussed this issue with some planning department review of non-exempt projects, and one idea was the word planning is missing from a statute that maybe leads some confusion as to whether or not that's planning that requires a stamp or not to do so, but we think that just dealing with outreach to the planning organizations and the like is probably a first step before we look at whether we have to change anything in that regard. And then we discussed some emerging issues like what was discussed today with CEO Armstrong about artificial intelligence and digital signatures. Apparently it's something that we had to deal with because of frauds, etc. And responsible control and education was discussed as kind of what we're looking at in terms of how we handle, if you would, AI. And we've also got the business entity report form that was approved. I don't know if that's going to be discussed in your report or not, but that was also something that we approved at our meeting. And that's it.
Any questions or comments from the board? Any public comment? Thank you. Seeing none, we'll move the agenda. We'll now go to the committee meeting of LATC, Landscape Architects Technical Committee.
I'll actually take that.
Thank you, and I'm going to ask Laura to present, please.
Thank you, and Pamela's here. We want to direct your time, but I'll just give a brief update. The LATC met virtually on January 30th. LATC has the ability to meet remotely because it's an advisory entity. So they actually spent quite a bit of time, and I really applaud their efforts and their work on this, on talking about their budget. They got a budget update from DCA, and I know a lot of it often is just seems like numbers that we don't need to pay a lot of attention to, but they asked really good questions about what some of them meant. Our budgets are not aligned every year, so a lot of the categories aren't necessarily up to date, and it is confusing when you look at it. So they asked a lot of good questions about where their budget is going, where their licensees' money is going, and trying to get more answers on that. And we will have a budget update for the board at the next meeting in Sacramento, so budget staff can present. So they spent quite a bit of time talking about that. They approved one regulatory item as well, which we will actually, I think we can take up now if there aren't any questions on the meeting. So I'm going to turn it over to Tim. Sorry, threw you off there. They just have one regulatory item. They don't have any questions on the meeting. Or Pamela, is there anything you want to add? No? Okay.
We got a microphone over.
Second. As mentioned, the LATC does have a regulatory proposal that they would like to move forward. It will amend 2611 of the CCRs, which addresses their abandonment of application. What it does is increasing the time it will take before the board would consider, or the LETC would consider an application abandoned to match our retention schedule and the LARE application process. So it's a very simple update that will benefit the applicants for licensure.
Thank you. Any questions regarding the amendment? Thank you.
And then if you don't have any questions, if at the appropriate time, we could get a motion to approve the proposed regulatory text for section 2611, direct staff to submit the text to the Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency for review. And if no adverse comments are received, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for a hearing if requested. If the board does not receive any comments providing objections or adverse recommendations specifically directed at the proposed action or to the procedures followed by the board in proposing or adopting the action during the 45-day comment period and no hearing is requested, then the board authorizes the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any technical or non-substantive changes to the package, and adopt the proposed regulations of section 2611 as noticed.
I make that a motion.
Second. Been moved by Member Finn, seconded by Member Ward. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, may you take the roll?
Ron Jones?
Yes.
Robert Fairman?
Yes.
Victoria Brash? Yes. Tian Feng?
Aye.
Leonard Manukian?
Aye.
Kashika McKinney?
Yes.
Amanda Stoudemire?
Yes.
Rod Spees?
Aye.
Sunny Ward?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we'll now go to the Communications Committee report. Their meeting was scheduled or was held on February 19th, and we're going to ask Chair Suisse to basically present.
Thank you, Chair. The Communications Committee met on February 19th, attended by our newest board member, Kashika Osran, and Amanda is on the committee. As you know, the 2025-2028 strategic plan included specific objectives under the communications scope, or the communications committee to fulfill or to work on. That was our first meeting, or I would say my first meeting as a chair after being appointed by Ron. I will not list, all 4 objectives, but the main goal of the communications committee is to strengthen how the board communicates its mission and regulatory responsibilities to the public, licensees, and future architects. And of course, at the core of our guiding principle is protecting the public's health, safety, and welfare. At the meeting, we reviewed the work that was done by staff, and I want to commend Laura and her staff on the great work that they've done. They have been working on outreach program. They visited 4 community colleges. They distributed brochures about what the mission of the board is. And we also discussed some ideas, such as considering like an annual award of excellence to be maybe created or sponsored by our board that would identify and recognize great architectural work in the state of California, or whether it's an architect or work or a company that did something unique that we could also evaluate and start an award program. I think it will create more engagement by the architectural community in the work we do at the board. And the executive director, Laura, mentioned that this, we had a program in the past that we could revisit, look at it, and maybe, present it to the full board for discussion and implementation. The second thing we discussed is having more frequent meetings, such as 2 meetings per year instead of 1. And that was it. So, but as part of my work on the committee, I looked at the different social media applications that the board has a page or an account with, including Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter. And we cover all of those, as many of you know. And these accounts are updated regularly by staff, but I noticed there is very little participation from us as board members. Not too many, not all of us have those accounts or like them or follow them or make comments on them. And I would encourage you to visit all those 4. We have 4, right, Laura? Do we have more than that? Or
We also have Blue Sky.
okay. That I'm not familiar with, but I'll check it out. So if you can look at it in your spare time, add your name, follow it, and for example, something like today's meeting, great. The photo outside, we can post it, and hopefully get more attention and link and hits or views by the public who could be interested in the work we do. So that is my report.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes,
Did
please.
you guys discuss in which ways, if we were going to showcase someone, in which ways they would be eligible for that? Would it be something that your committee picks, or would there be like a nomination? Did you guys discuss any of that?
Actually, we just discussed the idea
Okay.
as a concept, but we did not go into the details, especially because there was a program before. I think it's proper to revisit what was done before and then build on it and improve it if possible.
Great.
So,
Can I ask a question? Laura, do you know how it was done before, the program before?
Yeah, we used to have something called the Octavius Morgan Award, and that was for volunteers who provided service to the board, so it was a lot of people who helped develop our exam, and so we recognized a lot of people, so we kind of ended. So we talked about potentially repurposing that structure that we had, because then we talked about what can the board actually recognize, and how do we promote one over there. But I said we would look and see if we could change that into something that we could use. So staff's gonna work on that before the next communications committee meeting and we'll look and see. I don't know if any other boards do it, but I'm certainly could look at other states and see what they might do.
if you send me what you have,
Yep,
what you have
I
before,
will.
I'll be happy to propose to the full board some kind of a program for discussion.
Yeah, I think, and I attended the meeting, I think it was a great meeting, and thank you for your leadership on that. Trying to find ways of engaging all stakeholders, I think, is important, and that's just one of the tools that we have available to us. And I think one of the things that was clear to me, and we'll hear this and see this in Laura's report, if you look at some of the efforts that LATC has, what stands out for me is that LATC is a much smaller community, but they have a higher level of engagement. And so they post more frequently. The percentage of their participants, of their licensees engaged socially more so than we do. And so I think trying to find ways in your conversations to address that and narrow that gap, I think, is important. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was thinking that, for example, the sort of debate and discussion about the interior designer issue, you would think that we could engender Facebook or LinkedIn discussions about that issue from architects and the public even, just kind of weighing in, that we could see different perspective. And there shouldn't be radio silence about something that important on such a free medium for people.
Excellent idea.
Yeah.
Yes.
But when you basically think about it, the point would be is that we have more than 20,000 practitioners, and less than like 1,000 of them are followers. And so I think that getting them to respond and to engage, I think and what does that look like? How do we do a better job at that? And I think your committee, looking into that, I think looking at different levers to pull and push, I think is just what we have to do. And there have been some best practices, right? I mean, one of the things that I said is, having a direct conversation with, what's her name? Is it Kimberly, who oversees LATC for your
Yeah,
staff?
Kimberly McGinnell, she's done a great
Yeah,
job.
she's
with
done
her
a great
certification.
So having a conversation with Kimberly about what they do versus what we're doing, I think would be helpful to figure out where are some, they may be doing some unique things that we could learn from. So things like that. Yes, please, Pamela.
Thank you. It was a very concerted effort with Kimberly leading in a great way to make sure that we grew that social media presence and staff. Great work.
Yeah.
And they're posting. It's coming from staff and also from the members to go out within our circles and cast a net to say, are you following us on social media? Here's, and any time I was in a group, I was checking like, hey, especially when LATC or something came up, hey, do you follow us? Because here's a great way to get information about what we do. And so, in addition, one of the things that I think that we've started doing that works really nice is we're celebrating new licensees. And so that list comes out, and that's been really cool to see people responding to, like, oh, welcome to the profession, thank you, like, great to see you, congratulations. Like, everybody gets really excited about those new members. And so we get a lot more, we get more feedback on that, more than anything else that we post. So that's been a great way to get others engaged into our posts.
And NCARB does that as well, right? So you guys do a really good job.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So-
CLARB does it as well. So yeah, but for the California licensees, it's kind of nice for them to see us celebrating that, and leadership. People in leadership within the profession comment, and that means a lot to the licensees too. So it's just a way of engaging our whole community.
And I would encourage each of us to follow CAB on social media, or whichever social media platform you're in. I'm on LinkedIn only, and repost, because then we basically have our circles of influence that it kind of pushes out to.
Yes.
So I think if we're doing the advocacy work, it becomes a lot easier for us as a board as well.
One more thing, Ron,
yes,
I'm sorry.
please.
I should have brought up, I don't know if John brought it up at the last meeting, but we just sent out a newsletter as well, and that was a hard copy that was actually mailed to people. We may do some electronic ones in the future, but the first one we wanted it to be something tangible. And there was a message from me, there was a message from Laura in it, and it really got a good response.
Got a lot of good feedback.
Yeah, so that was something that we had a long time ago, went away, and we brought back.
And Laura, can you tell us where we are we had this conversation about on our landing page to have some statistics. I know you talked about that during the meeting. Do we make
about the
progress on
social
that?
media statistics.
Right.
And we'll get those added before the next meeting.
Would somebody look at Robert, please?
Are you able, for example, can you ask voluntarily when license applications come in or renewed, do you have a LinkedIn presence, do you have a Facebook presence, et cetera? And if people, answer and put that down, can then we deliberately follow them, which will then cause them to be linked to us on those platforms?
I think we can make it voluntary, and ask them, but I'm sure someone would provide us that information.
I mean, could we also, if that's the case, when we send out our renewal licensing, a QR code for each one of them, and then if people see it, maybe they'll just, scan it, and as opposed to us having to get the information and then input it.
Yeah, I think there's two pieces of this. Obviously, direct engagement is the initial objective, is to know that there is a line of communication. The second basically is relevance. Is that once we have them, are we giving them information that's of value to them?
Yes.
Either of value as a practitioner or as a community. I think what Pamela mentioned about the celebration of one another, that's recognizing the community aspect of the profession. Sometimes you're also reminding people of the needs to submit births on a regular basis. So when people start to see value in the engagement, I think it's always a challenge to kind of get them, and then all of a sudden, yeah, you guys aren't really saying anything, and then they stop paying attention. Kashika?
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm a member of the state bar as well, and I've seen them really kind of step up their efforts over the last couple of years. And it could be, as you mentioned, celebrating people that pass the bar, or if it's, hey, the bar exam is coming up, let's wish everyone good luck. Or it's Women's History Month. Here's the first attorney or, woman attorney in the state of California. So I think just, kind of finding that value add and really engaging people, I know for our membership, I think has been very helpful. So just kind of keeping people engaged.
Right. Thank you.
So Laura, I'm sorry.
Please, go ahead.
Who posts on these? Is it you or someone from your staff?
Someone on the staff does.
Okay. Maybe you
I
can-
have in the past. I could start doing it again.
Like if I want to post something, I would send it to who?
You can send it to me.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll sign back into them and
Yeah.
so I can
And,
post.
and I think we also talked about volunteers or interns.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Laura and I had talked about that, and again, it becomes a capacity issue, so you have to tell us.
Yeah, we have to see what we can do and then we'll go from there. But yeah, we'll
What I'm
have information
thinking,
for you.
an intern could help with the social media, with postings remotely.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to go to
Yeah.
office or anything.
Yeah.
Good point. Good point. Sunny?
Just a couple of simple things I think we could do. I mean, also just remember that we're here for the consumers. So, like in our Instagram profile, it has our website right now, but you can list other links. So if the link right under that was verify a license, that's pretty helpful. And apply for a license. And if the content was simply, did you know that community college counts towards your architectural, experience for licensure? Did you know you didn't need an education for a license? Just very simple, very straightforward. And also Instagram ads can be inexpensive. And their algorithms are already pushing to people who are interested in either hiring an architect or looking for an architectural education. So we can start with $20 at a time and just push out some very boring graphics, and see if it
People
helps.
respond. Yeah. Thank you. I'm sorry, Amanda, please.
Just last suggestion, I'm on the committee that missed the meeting. If we wanted to take your recommendation at the meeting again, making the second or third meeting of the year kind of a working session, we can create all of these social posts and you just schedule them out,
Yeah.
so it doesn't have to be sent to the staff.
Great idea.
I do like it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have better ideas.
Many hands make for light work. Any other questions or comments? Any questions or comments from the public? Thank you. Seeing none, we'll move the agenda. Thank you, Chair Sweets. We will now move on to our executive officers report. Laura.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
I will just go through the highlights of this report. If you have any questions. We have our last meetings listed there. We've kind of covered that already. As I mentioned, we're going to have a budget presentation at our May board meeting. We're continuing with business modernization. We're in the maintenance and operations phase, and we're just again trying to make it work as well as we can for our licensees, for candidates, and for our staff. We've done additional outreach, so we created a poster and did a mailing about changes to the experience we grant and the path to licensure, and we've gotten really good feedback. We have some upcoming visits at Southwestern College and then Citrus College, and then we will reach back out and try to schedule one either in person or virtually at this community college. So appreciate any interest or attendance for board members if you would like to come to those. We have some personnel changes on the next page, and then status of our regulations. We have one more later on the agenda as well. And then on page 4 of the report, we get into the exam data. So if we're starting with our supplemental examination, first time pass, or the pass rate overall at 62%. So that stays fairly consistent. And then we have the ARE data broken down by division, and then the difference between the California and the national data. It is always a little bit lower for each division, and that does fluctuate a little bit, and some have improved. And then following that, we have data for landscape architects, who also have a California supplemental exam and then a national exam as well. And also broken down by California and national data for landscape architects. So moving on from licensing, we have enforcement data, starting on page 6. We have our most common violations listed first, which stayed consistent, and are also consistent between architects and landscape architects, with the difference of landscape architects don't have continuing education complaints or audits. So you can see the numbers there with the citations. We split out, I guess what I will just call regular citations and continuing education ones, because we separate those out and how we staff them in the office. And then you can see the landscape architect complaints following that. And then you can, the formal enforcement actions are listed starting on page 8. Any members have any questions?
So Laura, with the opportunity for licensees to provide their continuing education or proof of continuing education, has that audit number, have you seen any impact from?
Like the percentage that are out of compliance?
So is it too early to say?
I think it's too early to say. I don't have that, but I will check back with staff and I will send an update to board members to see. We'll keep tracking that because we're really hoping.
Right.
I mean, the goal is for people to be compliant, so we're really hoping that helps. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up to that question. Just what percentage of licensure renewals are taking advantage of uploading their, since it's voluntary?
I don't know. I'll find that out and send it to members. I should have that information.
I know Vicky, you did,
Yeah, I
and I
did.
know I did.
You did? Great.
And I did it as well, uploaded.
Okay.
I did it.
And some.
Forget
That's
me.
already three of us, so.
I just am interested, and also wondering why that's not mandatory.
Yeah, and I guess we talked about that once before.
Yeah, so it would require a statutory change, and if I remember correctly, we talked about it in our census report, and I don't think the change was made, so we can try again. And when we first got CE way back when, it was mandatory and it was all paper and it was pretty overwhelming, so we changed the statute to make it not, and so.
But now that you're digital.
But now it's easy that it's digital, and it would be great, so.
And I have one more question about it. Have you audited anyone that has uploaded and provided the information?
I would have to check on that because I wouldn't see it because they would have passed it, and so I wouldn't know it, but staff certainly would know, so, yeah.
And
I'm sure we have, I just don't know how many.
And to Sonny's point, the cost-benefit analysis, I think, is really important, right? So if you said that you have 2 staff people working on this, and it's not as if folks can't put up fraudulent documents, but it's less likely that they would do that, at least because you're looking at self-reporting. But they would be self-reporting regardless, even if they were audited, they're still going to self-report. And so my feeling is that could those resources then move somewhere else to be of greater value if it was a mandatory requirement,
Right.
and then that staffing need goes away, then you still have to monitor it, I guess, to some extent,
But
but
it
you
would
could
be
move
less time
resources,
intensive,
right?
yeah.
So.
I have one more question, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
please.
Business modernization.
Yeah.
How long will that go on, and is the modernization modern enough that it can allow supplemental updates for this type of conversation, like with AI to screen audits, that sort of thing?
I mean, I think our current system that we use, and it's like a wealthy term to talk about business modernization, but it's really just the system now we use for people to apply online and for staff to manage the licensing and not so much the enforcement end. We could certainly look at within that, we could look at using AI to do the CE audits. I think that's something staff could do separate from that system, but yeah.
I just think in the future, I don't think we're there yet because it's not mandatory, so it's
Yeah.
a little complicated. But in the future, if it was mandatory, it just as a pre-screen,
Yeah.
you could add it as a pre-screen and
This is
still
how I
have
get needs
the
on.
random audit as well.
Save some time.
Just to use the technology that's out there,
Right.
it'd just be interesting
Yeah.
to.
Yeah, and I guess my question on the business modernization question is that I know this has been a long time coming, right? So it's been in the works for a
We're
while.
not very good with IT in the state of California.
Right. And so I say that to say that something that we talked about that we started to prepare for 10 years ago, is it dated today? I mean, and was it designed with the ability to plug in expanded apparatus? Because now you have these other, the evolution of technology, and has our system now been dated because it was planned a decade ago?
I don't think that it is too dated yet. I would say like a good chunk of DCA went to a system called Breeze, which originally everyone was supposed to go to, and I would say like that, it's not. I would say it's more antiquated than what we're using, so we're better off with the Connect system we're using now, but I don't think anything gets sort of out of date once you come into it. And it's hard because we, several of us use the same system, right? And so any kind of modification, they then kind of like they talk about like how many staff hours it's going to take to make that change, and who gets the priority, and legislative changes and legislative mandates get first priority, which is good. But yeah, so I mean, I would say it's not. It's better than what we had. Yeah, it's still working. Yeah, I think it's somewhat flexible for future changes. Yeah, like we'll look like if we need to add a new license type, that's something that we can build into this.
Right. Like architecture and training type of thing. Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
and architecture and training. Yeah, I'm working with them now on that.
Right. Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board? Are there any public questions or comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura, we'll move the agenda. So now we'll go to regulatory updates. Is that Tim?
Back to Tim. Up and down.
Right.
So for this item, we just have the one regulatory update, which is a package to implement the architect in training program. I modeled the language after the law and tried to incorporate I did incorporate all of the requirements into an application process, a renewal process and requirements, an inactive reactivation, and everything that is required for a candidate to apply for the architect in training title. Are there any questions you have about this? I made the language similar to our other application processes, where it's somewhat open, so we will use our online system for candidates to apply, but still allow for paper if necessary.
Yeah, I have a series of questions.
Go
I'm
ahead.
going to start with Robert. No, go ahead.
I have a question about the fees, so.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay, so it looks like that the fee total would be 131 for the amount of work that it was.
100.
131,
Yes.
yeah.
We are only charging 100.
Yeah, so why?
Yeah.
Just to, our current application fee is only $100 for a license, or for the license review. We didn't want to make this cost more than the license application. We're also basing this off of what we anticipate the staff time taking and how many applications we will receive. So we can adjust this fee later based on what we receive.
But if we're, I guess.
Yeah, it could be that the current application fee, that Tim was saying that we charge for, it doesn't cover our staff time either.
And it does
Yeah,
not.
Okay.
It doesn't, but.
Yeah, we should. I mean, if we're gonna do it, start on the right foot to do it, I think that it should be, cover the cost. So would there be a problem with it just being like 131 or 150?
We could raise it to that. It would just discourage our candidates from applying, because these are the unlicensed candidates who are seeking use of the title.
It can be whatever
Yeah,
the
but
board
it's-
wants it
yes.
to be within, as long as it's supported by the workload, like you're saying.
I just don't want it to be a deficit, right? And then
Right.
now we're constantly chasing this deficit because our fee
I
started
mean, it's
off.
definitely an open question too as to how many we're gonna get. It's an
Right.
unknown population, so it could
And
be a small
I
impact.
think
it
this
could
was,
be a big impact.
not this specifically was discussed, but the board covering other applications was discussed last year during our sunset, when we had a very in-depth budget presentation and the fees we charge. And I believe at that time, the board wanted to cover those seeking licensure and require more on the either licensure or reciprocity application side to make up that deficit.
But I guess to your point, like in the past with the retired license, when we originally set the fee,
Right.
we set it low
And
and
then
we're eating costs, and then that did not go well
Right.
forward, because that skyrocketed,
Yeah.
so.
And Laura, can you, just as a sidebar, how many people did we lose approximately?
That was it?
Yeah.
Retired.
Yeah.
It was
a lot.
Yeah.
It was a lot,
It's
yeah.
a
It's a lot of
It was like $1
funding.
million in revenue.
Yeah.
Yes, the funding loss was huge.
Yeah.
And I
Unanticipated.
don't think any of us anticipated
Yeah.
how bad it would be.
Right.
And that's what we talk about unintended consequences.
Yes.
Mhm.
So I think I share Victoria's sentiment there.
Yes.
Um,
And since this is open to the board, I can make this change.
Well, again, this is open for discussion.
Mhm.
Is there anyone who objects to TN and the revenue budget?
I'm not object to, but I just want to take this as a parallel experience with also the net zero carbon
Mhm.
mandatory education. Both bills are sponsored and endorsed by other parties, other entities. In these two incidents, on the architecture in training, we are kind of neutral in a way. We are not advocate, but we're not having any reservations. So we deserve now the consequence of operationalize it. If we're losing money, we have to losing money. And on the net zero carbon, we are generally in supporting of it, but we were wishing can be more well-defined, so our work will be more manageable. So comes third one this morning is the commercial interior license legislation. If we are not taking a position, and I'm just concerned that in this environment, they still think our board is only concerned about operationalization. But I don't believe that's the sentiment. I think a few board members are not sure they're supportive of that legislation. So therefore, should we make our position more clear? See, it's kind of expanding to this topic, but I want to borrow this opportunity. Think about the whole process, that when you are not put a position in place, and as an operating entity, people think we are just thinking about operational impact, not having problem with the principles, when in fact, in this case, we have a principle difference.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
So on the fees, and we have a reg proposed to set the fee. Can a reg set a range of fees? That the board can pick a particular one, or the fee
You have
has
to
to be?
set the fee for
The fee has to be laid out.
Yes.
Yes.
The statute could set like a range, but you have to be specific and
Well,
regulation.
I asked our attorney. She's nodding her head, but
Oh,
she needs
yes.
to verbalize it.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So we can do what you just described. So Laura said you can establish a range so long as.
No, the statute could set a range,
Yes.
which we do like for our licensing and
Right.
application fees, but then the regulation has to pick a specific dollar.
Right.
Okay. So that's not as good as we'd want, because my idea is whether we could then, as a board, modify within the range, but we can't. So the idea is, pointing out to Secretary's position, once we got something in the reg, we want to change it, we have to go to the regulatory process, and
Yes.
we're talking about, months, et cetera, if not more, to get that done. So I kind of understand why it's at 100, but yeah, I'm concerned about when you say, what do you think is your guesstimate that you've done in terms of how many you think might get in the year? Any sense of what you're talking about? I know it's so hard.
That's just very difficult because the candidates who would be eligible for this, must be active in the examination process, taken and passed an examination, and that's.
And have someone supervise them.
And having someone supervising, willing to take on that responsibility of supervising them for this title.
Okay, but I mean,
So-
in planning, you did not pick any sort of number or expectation, or you did? I know it's a guess.
We do. We figure. I originally put. I thought that this would be a rush, but I think it more can be delayed. So I think maybe 1,000 people a year might
Really?
apply for this.
That many?
Potentially, because it encompasses our existing candidate population.
Yeah.
And we have, I think, 9,000 candidates who are in the pipeline.
Well, okay, but I mean, if we're off by $30, that's $30,000, if I do my math right. So, we have to think about that, but I kind of might vote for something higher. Okay, some other questions I have. So, you have to
Yes.
verify the supervisor. So what does that mean? Just one, they're not under discipline, and two, they sign the forms, et cetera? Is that
Yes,
basically what you have to
they have a
do?
current license, yes.
Okay. And the way I read it, you can only have one supervisor intern relationship. You can't,
Yes.
you can't be one to more than one.
Correct.
So if you work with someone in the summer and then the job ends and then you go to someone else during the school year, you've got to reapply for the new, or
You
you
don't-
have to change the supervisor.
Yes, so
Okay.
they would be required to send us a notification, and the new supervisor would assume the role and submit their verification saying that.
Very similar
they're
to the
doing this.
XP.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is your understanding that AITs can create business cards saying they are AIT?
They can. Because we determined that, well, Scott left, I was hoping that he was still
No, he's
here.
here.
Oh,
We can
oh,
get
okay.
Scott to answer the first question.
Yes. Yeah, I think that would be helpful, because that was a question that we had posed, is whether or not issuing business cards is a form of advertising.
Mhm.
And they're prohibited from advertising. So Scott, do you want to kind of?
Well, I mean, but we got to know that, not him now. He's not the regular.
Well, no, I'm just saying that.
What are they expecting?
Right, exactly. But I think it's both. So do you want to answer
We'll
that
have to
question?
have an answer for that. I think the law allowed them to use the title, which could be advertising, as long as they have that supervisor relationship. But once that relationship ends, they can no longer use the title, so those cards would be invalid.
So would you think the card would have to say who the supervisor is?
No.
Okay, so they'd have to put that in their back pocket when they change jobs until they got,
Yes.
theoretically, I mean, who's going to do that? On their resume, they can say I'm an AIT, but if they leave that job, they have to say between March and May, I was an AIT because I'm not one now. So, I mean, we just have to be aware of those type of things in case some issues arise, I suppose. And then, let's see here. So this section, 5587.5A, is really powerful. I don't know, does this, architects, this would scare me. It just says that, you may be liable to disciplinary action for any violation by your AIT.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
a powerful, strong statement. I mean, that's gonna, I don't
This
know,
would-
the architects are gonna
And-
sign these things willy-nilly, so everybody comes across their permit or something. I think I would be kind of nervous about that
Yes.
myself.
Yeah.
It's an apprenticeship.
Yeah,
It's in
this
the
is,
stat- It's
and
in
that
the statute, so they gotta understand that this
Yes.
is a serious
And
step
so
to
that's
take.
part of what we're requiring the supervisor to sign, is that, an excerpt of this law saying this is what you are responsible for.
Yeah, okay.
So I had a few points of clarification.
Mhm.
So on the notion that an AIT could have a business card with that on it, and the statute prohibits advertising themselves as such. So as an AIT, I have the ability to go out and offer my services as a draftsperson and give someone a card that says that I'm an AIT. Right?
I don't think so. It's only in the supervisor AIT relationship that you can use that title.
Right,
You
not the
cannot-
title, but I have a business card.
Yes.
Can I distribute that business
No.
card to anyone?
Not if
So-
seeking your own business.
Well, again, the question ultimately is, I think we're questioning now, well, and I'm going to go back. I think ultimately the question is whether, and I think the regulations are fairly clear. But my feeling is that the title was intended to elevate this person's role within their business environment.
Yes.
Not to basically go off and operate as a quasi sole practitioner.
Right.
Right, and so if that is the objective, are there spaces where that can be violated? I think we tried to address that by saying that they could not advertise. Okay, so that's what I just want to basically clarify that. Great. Oh, no, Amanda.
I had a more basic fee question, just
Yes.
to check my own logic. The $100 application fee is to establish eligibility and therefore is required to progress in the licensure process, correct?
For application,
Yeah, the application for the
Yes.
exam. But application for the training is elective, so even if
Yes.
it is a barrier, it doesn't actually stop a
Correct.
progression. and
This
that's
is not a required title.
Part of the thing, okay, so it's not a barrier, I just wanted to check.
Yep.
Sonny? Sonny?
I have a few questions. $100 for 4 years.
Yes.
How much is the renewal fee for architects now?
400?
Every 2 years.
Yes.
Okay, so is the legislation every 4 years, and do we have the ability to regulate that as an every 2-year situation? I'm just thinking from income here and fiduciary responsibility to for the
I think it's set.
economic welfare of this board.
So we can only charge a fee, I believe, on the initial
There's no renewal.
application.
So are
There's
you
no.
talking about whether it's valid for 2 years instead of 4
So there's
years?
no, but there's a renewal at 4 years for another 4 years, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And
They
can we
can.
charge another $100
Yes.
at that time?
Yes.
So it's a 4-year renewal, not a 2-year.
Correct.
And we can't change that.
No.
Okay, so I also think that should be taken into account when we think about the fee for the application, because it's a 4-year application, not a 2-year application, just comparing it to what we're here doing. And then also, like, we're protecting the consumers from architects. There's a double-edged sword here. We also need to protect the architect from the architect in training. And so we require fingerprinting and background checks for architects, but we're not requiring background checks for an architect in training. So it's, we weren't involved in this. This is the second time this has sort of come up. There's all these problems. We're the ones that sort of implement it, and we sort of tangentially are sort of noted of the legislation, but it's really frustrating, you guys. And I realize we probably aren't the most, agile organization body when it comes to communicating about legislature, but this is my least favorite part of being on the board of architects in California is this kind of conversation.
Yeah.
I thought it would have been enforcement.
Right. So we do oftentimes finding ourselves chasing the tail.
So we don't have authority to do the fingerprinting
Exactly.
at the time of AIT.
Right.
Candidates can have fingerprinting done by that time, but it's not.
Yeah.
I will say,
You may see it.
in defense of AA California, because they were great about working with us on this.
They
It's
were.
a lot of what ended up in this was really outside of our control and their
Theirs,
control, and
yes.
that it was what the legislative committee wanted to put in place. I think like the supervisory relationship has a good intention. It's certainly going to make it more difficult and cumbersome on all ends.
I'd rather lower the application fee later. I'm not one for adding barriers, but there's so much unknown here. I'd either almost rather it be zero or a lot more. The $100 just seems arbitrary.
Okay, so let's, I'm gonna come, so let me come to Fuad. Go ahead, Fuad.
So I'm comparing this to the EIT and the PE.
Yep.
The engineer in training, which is a must before somebody gets their PE. And if somebody has the EIT, then they only need 2 years of experience instead of 4 years or 6 years, instead of 4 years to get to the, apply to the PE, professional engineer. Would this become like the first stage for a licensed architect to pass before they?
No.
No.
This is not.
This is an independent.
Capital ego is what this is.
It's independent.
Okay. Of course, those who have AIT will not be authorized to sign plans.
No.
Correct.
There's no authority.
Only
Yeah.
the licensed architect can do that.
Correct.
I think it's a good program to encourage people to start with that path. Most people, if they have it, they'll always be thinking, when am I gonna get my, licensed architect, license as an architect. Going back to the fee, I think if we raise it now, it will be easier to lower it later rather than the other way around. And I think 150 to 200 initially, at the start, maybe more reasonable, and renewal could be cheaper, maybe.
And just as a, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Point of clarification, within that particular statute, it says that the board may charge a fee not to exceed the reasonable cost to the
Correct.
board
Yeah.
to evaluate whether a candidate meets the requirements to use the title.
So we couldn't charge
architect.
more
So it can't be a
than
profit center.
130.
Right, it can't be a profit center, it just
Yes.
has to
Yes.
be tied to your reasonableness.
Yes.
And I think that's what your data.
And
But also the staff time is an
Submit for a
estimate,
refund.
we have not
Correct.
determined that, so that's why I would recommend doing the 150 to cover the additional time, because it's a completely new thing that we're doing, completely new startup. Those are estimate number guesses, and I'm
Yes.
sure that when you start anything new, it's gonna take a lot longer, because it's the first time around, we gotta get our systems in order, and by the time we're able to increase that fee in 4 years, you know, inflation, everything costs more.
So I, just as a
We
point
couldn't
of
set it higher
clarification-
than 130, 131, because that's what our, yes, that's what our estimate is at this time. So if the board wanted to do 131 or 130, we could do that.
Okay, so
As the higher.
But that's an estimate, right?
Yeah, what if
You
we
don't
did-
know the
That's-
actual.
We have to go based
Yeah.
on the estimate.
Yeah.
We do like
Yes.
what's called like basically a fee study where we look at like how many minutes it takes us to do the tasks and then multiply that by how much it costs to employ the staff to do those tasks, and that's kind of the formula we have to use.
Don't you
We
have
could be
like
wrong.
a percentage
Yeah,
contingency, you
Yeah,
know,
is there contingency,
safety,
yeah, is there
safety
contingency
factor?
number added in there?
Like
anything
5% or whatever, just to make it a round number.
No.
129.99.
So I just want to, so, but we'll come back to the actual number. Just as a point of clarification, this legislation, is the proper term expires or renews? Because there's a date.
Sunset?
Yeah.
Yes.
The authority sunsets, yes.
Is it 10 years?
2037, basically.
January 1, 2037.
Okay.
Yes.
So just, I mean, so we're not, this is not, well, I guess no legislation is designed to be forever, but this is intended to be reviewed again, but in a decade. So I wasn't sure, I thought it was less than
We
that,
won't
but,
be here.
so I think Tien had a comment.
I don't know, the waiting for sunset review is.
Right.
It should be our main consideration. But anyway, so the estimate of 130, 135 is already public information?
Yes, it's included
Yeah.
in the board
Oh,
packet.
why don't you call me before you say it? But first of all, the estimation is estimation.
Yeah.
People who have experience know that, so now already printed.
Let's get a number
I
out
don't know
there,
if it's a barrier because it is the seems emotional features that the AI was promoting. Recognizing a person's effort to want to be an architect. It's not anything with or without it impact this person's trajectory of growth. No. Because on the public side, he should never present this as an extra qualification to the consumers. Right? We only recognize architect or non-architect. So on the business and his own career growth, he's working on this legal entity of his mentors and supervisor anyway. So this person will recognize his mentee with or without architect in training. So I would not argue on the barrier side. We're not creating barrier in any regards. So that's my take. But since you already published without talking to just
You didn't call him.
we need to solve that technical problem.
Okay. Okay, so guys, again, I'm mindful, Leonard, we'll come to Leonard.
I have a question.
I got you. So I just want to be mindful, again, my goal here is to recognize those folks who need to be on flights. So, so I think we're going in circles around the fee itself. So I won't want us to land on a number that we can now discuss that number as opposed to talking about around the fee. Leonard, please.
All I want to tell you is that nowhere in this thing does it say that an AIT can't advertise it. I
But
don't
they
know
changed
where-
that. That was initially, wasn't it?
I don't see that either.
It
No,
says.
I understand.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, that was in the initial language. Is that been removed?
It doesn't allow them to use it to independently offer services outside of their work relationship.
But you can put it on your LinkedIn.
Yeah.
Or your business card. Because
Okay.
specifically, number one. Number two,
So
if architects are paying, I don't understand what the problem is with us trying out $100 and seeing where it lands and going from that. We can always reassess it later. Essentially, we're talking about a student fee. That's what we're talking about. And we have historically given, everybody gives discounts to students. And for us to now say, well, it's 100, I don't get it.
Okay.
Well, just on the fee issue, just one other thought might be, and Ms. Sargent might disagree, but the statute says you may use the title for no more than 4 years.
Yes.
We could actually do 2 years if we wanted to,
No
and
more.
therefore get the bugs out of the system and see how it works, and that would minimize the income loss risk at that point. So that's just one idea of handling this fee
I would support
question,
that if that's
etc.
possible.
The statute allows for re-upping it for another 4 years.
Yes.
Right.
Well, up to, yeah.
Up to another 4 years.
Yeah, so,
And that's the reg, actually, not the statute that says that. It just says no more than 4 years. But no
I
more than
appreciate
4, I
his
think it
point of
means you
view,
can
though,
do 2
because
years.
it's less angry
Can I
than
just
mine.
respond to?
To who? To, go ahead, doesn't matter.
A quick one. So they are not generally students. They're mostly not students, so you know.
It could be.
Could be.
no, I said I'm likening it, because
Oh,
you're calling him in training. By definition, in training is not, right?
Any other questions or comments? Otherwise, there is a proposed language for a motion, so are we open, I'm sorry, I want to basically go
comment.
to public comment.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so, this discussion, I think, and maybe Josh can help us, you know, quantify it more, but I think this conversation about AIT, I've heard it many, many years, and many times, probably in many jurisdictions. So I asked my boss here quickly, like, what, you know, what is it about? He goes, well, Josh will tell you. But
Well,
the
it's,
point-
the term is invoked in other jurisdictions, but I don't know if it has the same full definition that the California language has.
Okay,
But
but.
Josh may be able to tell us which jurisdictions do it. I know
Yeah, I don't know
Louisiana
off the
has
top of my head,
something,
but-
and there, I think,
At least 30 have architecture training. There's 27 that have a title for people in that career phase.
And what is that title?
Most of them use either intern architect or architectural intern, which both on the national level, they want to move away from interns.
Right. Well, that's part of the conversation, was that interns were, especially for people who've been trying to be architects for a really long time, and they're like kind of long in the tooth, and they don't want to be called interns anymore or something. But I think if I were long in the tooth and not licensed, I wouldn't want to be an architect in training either. You know, it's a term that implies that you're sort of in a transitional state.
Not complete.
But anyway, that wasn't my question. My question was simply this. It's actually not a question, it's almost a statement. You know, as California goes, so goes others. We tend to sort of do things and then other people go, either we hate it or we follow it. And so, I'm just curious, have we thought about that? It is a term that, because it's been tossed around so much previously, and it finally looks like it's gonna turn into something here in California.
It has.
It has.
It's law.
It already,
It's law.
oh, so you're just discussing the fee, okay.
Technically, that's all we can talk about.
Oh.
We're talking about all these other things, but technically, that's the only thing we can talk
You
about.
can blame Scott for that, it's already the law.
It's all your fault. Anyway, it's interesting, because now it's gonna open up discussion, I think, in other jurisdictions who are gonna go, what the heck is
Mhm.
California doing now? But I guess it's too late for that conversation.
I told them all about it.
Yeah.
You did?
All the other jurisdictions.
Oh, boy.
And,
Okay.
and again, as I said before, is that the conversation about the legislative language is one thing. We're talking about fees.
Yeah.
And so that's why I said, at some point, we just gotta get to that number.
Yes.
Okay.
And so, again, there's a suggested motion, or language for a suggested motion. Either we read that as written, or we basically read it with the understanding that we wanna look at that number, the proposed $100 number.
And the motion has $100 in it, or just
Yes.
to support the reg that has
Yeah,
$100?
yeah.
And you can modify, and the motion can
Yeah.
be modified to,
No, the motion is suggestion, right? We actually make a motion.
Right, that's what I said, it's a
Yes.
suggested motion. And either we read this as suggested, or we modify this with modified language.
No, we don't modify, we make our own motion.
Okay, well, okay.
I think the motion stays the same, it's
Right.
whatever the language is that you're gonna approve behind the motion.
yes.
So the structure of the motion is fine here. We're looking at the number, the fee is what we're debating. So I'm just suggesting let's land on that fee, and if it's different from
The
the
$100.
recommended language of the legislation, then we basically add that language to the motion.
So it sounds like you have two things that were discussed. So it's that number, and whether or not that's 100 or 131 to cover staff cost. But also mentioned was the up to 4 years, so could we?
Robert, could you
So-
draft that? Could Robert draft what he suggested? Would that be
The
possible? Well,
the background for the 4 years is because of the time it takes to complete the examinations.
Okay.
And the law only allows for one renewal of the AAT title. So if you make it a 2-year and then another 2-year, that is only 4
okay, that makes
years.
sense.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay.
So what do you think, sir? You're the boss. What number do you like?
Okay.
Again, I'm fine with I would prefer the 130 number personally, would be my suggestion. TM,
Can I make a motion?
please.
So I make a motion to not even refer to your draft, that having a biannual fee of $137, I calculated, or some kind of number, not the motion yet, tell the reasoning, is I hope your estimate does not include escalation of living cost. Don't say yes. So now I can 1.4, multiply 1.04 twice, and still match your number. So will be $145 also. Okay.
So this is based off of the set staff salaries, which are not necessary.
3%.
There's a cost of living increase.
Cost of living.
But
The staff is
for-
not gonna get cost of living.
Correct. That's negotiated every several years.
Okay, so you defeated me twice. I withdraw my motion.
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
I would just suggest, I understand there's a discussion of 2-year versus 4-year. We did discuss it at the staff level too, like, then it is more work to do them every 2 years and.
That number goes up.
That's true.
Yeah.
So you can charge more.
For you. So I move that it be 125.
Okay.
Second.
There's a motion and a second.
Why lower than what the
Why
estimate?
not 130?
Because we're
Why-
beating
why
down.
lower than
Staff
estimate?
Random number, just a random number.
Okay, well then vote no if you don't like it, but we gotta move on.
Public comment?
Yep.
So-
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we recognize it. Are we done with discussion here?
It's 125. Everything else stays the same, but it's
Right.
125 instead of 100?
Correct.
Okay.
So no more discussion?
127.
Okay, so now we'll basically open up for public comment.
Oh, we need,
Is the
can I read a
only
motion?
part of the motion
Oh, yeah.
the actual fee,
Dollar
because
amount.
she's got much more.
Yes, I'm sorry, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
here's a suggested
Read the
motion.
whole motion.
We need to have.
Approve the proposed regulatory text as modified for sections 109.05 and 144. Direct staff to submit the text to the Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency for review, and if no adverse comments are received, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any non-substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for a hearing if requested. If the board does not receive any comments providing objections or adverse recommendations specifically directed at the proposed adoption or to the procedures followed by the board in proposing or adopting the action during the 45-day comment period, and no hearings were requested, then the board authorizes the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any technical or non-substantive changes to the package, and adopt the proposed regulations to section 109.05 and 144 as to notice.
And I adopt that motion, except that 144J should be changed to the fee for the architect and training application is $125.
Yes, modified, yes.
So, and that's why she edited the text as modified, and that's the modification.
And you still agree with that?
Second, yes.
Okay, public comment.
Sure.
Yes.
Want
Scott?
to start
Yeah.
by thanking you all for doing the work to implement this. We appreciate it, and we're willing to help however we can. We did send out your survey to our membership through all of our communication channels, try to help you get those responses. And thank you to Laura for acknowledging. We did reach out this 3 years prior to the bill going through the process, and we really did want feedback from you all because we do want it to be workable. We want it to be something that is implementable. And to that point, to the fee, we of course would like it to be as low as possible to help those who are on the path to licensure, but we also don't want it to be a fiscal burden to the board. So I appreciate the conversations, and maybe one day if there's enough applicants, we can get down closer to the EIT, LSIT number of $70. But I know that that's yet to be seen because it's very hard to tell how many applicants there are. I know there's a number of other questions about the bill. I think most of them kind of circled around to some answer, but if there's any remaining, I'm happy to answer or talk about those.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Madam Secretary, will you call the roll?
Well, actually, I'd like to
Oh,
move an amendment to the motion.
okay.
So the 131.
I mean, no, you want to amend the motion that's already been read? Is that you?
Yes.
Yes, we're fine.
Yeah, yes, you can.
Amendment to the motion.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, if someone had Robert's rules and.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that
we-
would be the proposed amendment to the motion, as
Okay.
read, with striking out 125 and putting in 131.
I second it.
Okay.
I'm on
And
the
Vic-
$6.
Okay. Because it's been motion moved and properly second. Any discussion?
Did Vicky second?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Any public comment?
I'm not coming.
We're gonna hold for 1 second. Is that?
Yeah.
She's not making a change in the motion, it's the language there.
Well, I
It changes the
thought
motion.
you had, yeah, because your motion
It's as
was.
modified, but that could
No,
be-
but he
as
added
modified for the-
125.
Yes.
But that's not, the number isn't in the motion.
Yeah,
It is the
but he said-
text.
Right, but your
Is that-
text, but your motion, your final language will say 125 annually, is what the motion
my motion.
included.
Okay, no.
So this is, it's a different
Yeah.
motion.
So
So
you
this-
just want to read again?
Yes, so it has to be,
So again, now we are basically now voting on the amendment to the motion. Okay. Madam Secretary, roll call?
Ron Jones.
Yes.
Someone second the.
Yes,
Yes.
yeah.
The one that amended.
Yes.
Ron Jones,
Yes.
Robert Furman,
No.
Victoria Brash, yes. Tian Bing,
Yes, and another yes to cover for Robert.
Leonard Manukian,
No.
Kashika McKinney,
Yes.
Amanda Stoudemire,
Yes.
Rod Spees,
Yes.
Sunny Ward.
No.
They're my numbers.
6-3.
Motion carries?
Yes, motion carries.
So motion,
Board members.
motion carries. You good?
yes.
Okay, so now we're going to vote on the initial motion, so with the modification. Madam, and you guys understand that, right?
No.
We're now voting, so all we've done now is approve the amended motion.
Okay.
Now you go back to the main motion with the modification of
got it.
$130.
Okay. Ron Jones.
This is a Robert Rules of Order thing.
You're
good.
I do this all the time.
Public comment before we.
We
vote
do,
on
yes,
it.
you do. Well, I thought I did that already.
No.
Are there public comments? Seeing none. Madam Secretary?
Okay. Ron Jones.
Yes.
Robert Pearman.
Yes.
Victoria Brash. Yes. Tian Fang.
Yes.
Leonard Manukian.
No.
No.
Oh, sorry, no. Kashika McKinney.
Yes.
Amanda Stoudemire.
Yes.
Rod Spees.
Yes.
Sunny Ward.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, Tim, for your work.
Okay, and I will get this going as soon as possible to meet the January 1 deadline.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Just so you know, we spent $6,000 to save $6.
Yes.
Anything,
Okay.
we should not go through, and we already
Thank
have,
you.
you know.
Okay, so we now we just have two more agenda items. One is to review future meeting dates. So if you grab your, on page 115, is when you'll find,
They are in your packet. LATC has the next meeting on May 8th. I don't know that we have a location as this
We
meeting.
don't.
Okay, so we'll give a board update and see if John's able to attend. The next board meeting is May 21st in Sacramento. And then our August 20th meeting location is to be determined. That'll be not in Sacramento. And then finally November 12th back in Sacramento.
so Laura, why wouldn't our August 20th be back in Sacramento? Why couldn't
Well,
it be?
it could be.
Yeah.
Well, we
Great for
generally
staff,
Southern
but-
California.
Well, I have,
No,
there's a college that I mentioned to Tim and Seth.
Oh, we could try to meet at a college instead
Yeah.
of at the GCA office,
Yeah.
yeah. We could. We need to meet in Southern California, so we met the
That's
Southern
right.
California requirement.
So do we need to set a date for, so we have a date, we don't have a
We have a
location
date.
for LATC, so that's all we need then, right? Are we trying to find the date? So all the dates are established, we're just announcing them.
Yep.
Okay, any questions about the dates or concerns?
Just, you can use the Sacramento dates to go to college, right?
That's what we're thinking
Yeah,
about,
so we can
yes.
pick one of those.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Okay. Hearing none, there's no action for that. So the board would now go into closed session for the balance of our meeting. That should take about 15 to 20 minutes. So we're hoping that those folks in NCARB will not completely leave us until they are proper goodbyes. So.
We can take a bite now.
You can take a
Yeah.
break and take a bite now.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. So let's take a 5-minute break. Thank you.